Thank you for watching the Activism Hour on 420radio.org. I'm Russ Belville, and I founded 420 Radio intending to provide a public radio platform for the hardworking volunteer activists I meet every month from all across the country and around the world. The Activism Hour features videos from the people who make up the grassroots organizations fighting for an end to adult marijuana prohibition. Please learn more about these groups and send them your donations to bring the dream of cannabis freedom to all 50 states and across the globe. You just saw activism videos from the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws at normal.org, Law Enforcement Against Prohibition at leap.cc, Students for Sensible Drug Policy at ssdp.org, the Marijuana Policy Project at mpp.org, Americans for Safe Access at safeaccessnow.org, High Times Magazine at hightimes.com, River Rock, Colorado at riverrockcolorado.com, and magicalbutter.com, makers of the Magical Butter Botanical Extractor. Now, on to the program, and thank you for your support of marijuana activism and 420radio.org.
You take a seed, you plant it, you grow it, you dry it, you roll it, you smoke it, and it goes down smooth. Hey! Spanning the continent to bring you the truth about cannabis and marijuana law reform.
I smoke pot and I like it a lot.
The Russ Belville Show, the voice of the marijuana nation. Now, here's your host, Radical Russ Belville.
Good day, tokers and tokettes and non-toking lovers of liberty. I'm Radical Russ Belville, and welcome to a special edition of the Russ Belville Show's Random Replay. I'm unable to be in the studio today, but we've got plenty of news, interviews, and rants to replay for you from the 420 Radio Vaults. We'll even throw in a daily toker tune for your 20 after break. So sit back, light it up, and enjoy your Russ Belville Show Random Replay.
Good day, tokers and tokettes. Radical Russ here. As mentioned, I am getting ready to head down to downtown Portland for the protests in the wake of the non-indictment of Officer Darren Wilson. We've seen situations like this in the past, usually with respect to drug cases where marijuana suspects are shot and killed by police officers who are very rarely, if ever, charged. They kill our pets, and they're very rarely, if ever, charged. And now they kill unarmed black teenagers in the streets, and they are not charged. So I feel very important that I need to make my way down to that protest and have my voice heard. I'll be taking you with me. We're going to be live right here on the Samsung Galaxy phone. It's going to take a bus ride for me to get down there. So while I'm making my way down there, I am going to head down on the bus, and I'll be playing some of the radical rants and some of the other random stuff. But we will have a show. It's going to be me at the protest. I'm going to be at the protest probably about 3:45. It starts at 4 o'clock. I'll be speaking with people down there with their reactions. So please stay tuned and enjoy the replays for now. Tune back in about 3:45. I should make it downtown and we'll be ready to go. So thank you so much for understanding during this very, what I feel to be important news event for the entire country. Stay tuned.
.org. Welcome back, everyone. 13 after the hour, and today in Behind the Headlines, we're going to take a look at the fear of big marijuana. This is something that's promulgated by Kevin Sabet and the prohibitionists out there, and it's written about expertly today by Jacob Sullum in Forbes magazine. His post entitled, "Fear of Cannabis Commerce Didn't, Won't, and Shouldn't Stop Legalization." I've posted a link in our chat room if you want to follow along, because some of the things he has to say are very, very insightful. Kevin Sabet tried to spin the disaster for prohibition that this most recent election was. He said it was not the complete slam dunk legalization groups expected, and I think we've slowed the legal marijuana freight train. In response to that, Jacob Sullum, who wasn't as sanguine about our chances of legalization as I was, and I was a little dismissive of even Alaska's chances, but Jacob's been very, very skeptical. But he says in response to Kevin Sabet, quote, "Sabet's spin seems delusional even to me." And he nails exactly what the problem is. And this is what I've always said is the root failure, the Achilles heel of the Project Sam third way thinking, kinder, gentler drug war rhetoric and messaging. The Achilles heel of it is it doesn't deal with the true harm of prohibition, and that's the market, not the user. Marijuana users are smoking marijuana in their homes and just relaxing and chilling and not hurting anybody. It's the market of marijuana, the buying and selling, the gangs, the cartels, the kids that are dealing. That's the harm of marijuana prohibition. And Sabet and his ilk don't see that, or they ignore that, and they just want to have these kinder, gentler policies. The way Jacob writes, he says, Sabet unrealistically expects voters to be horrified at the very thought of a profit-driven cannabis industry. Well, the problem with Sabet's notion here is that Americans, by and large, like capitalism. We like the idea of industries growing in America and creating jobs, and those industries being taxed to help the greater good. And that's an increasingly popular notion in America. Like we said, the Gallup poll came out today, once again reaffirming for the fourth year in a row majority support nationwide for marijuana legalization. Now, undoubtedly, Kevin will say, oh, well, the 58%'s down to 51%. What a dramatic decline of 7 points after they've realized that Colorado and Washington's big marijuana was a big mistake. Yeah, right, Kevin. All I see is that 2013 was a bit of an outlier in Gallup's numbers. When 3 out of the last 4 numbers are 50, 50, and 51, I think we got a pretty clear trend. But the problem for Kevin Sabet and the prohibitionists is the trend of younger voters increasing support for marijuana legalization and older voters dying. Retirees are the only age group in which a majority, Jacob writes, still opposed legalizing marijuana for recreational use. Only retirees. And as they die out, it's going to be harder and harder for the Kevin Sabets of the world to get any traction. And Sabet crowed about how 5 cities in Colorado, like Lakewood, banned marijuana pot shops. Ironically enough, that might actually be more support for marijuana legalization when people in these more conservative cities realize they can vote for legalization but still ban it in their own backyard. In fact, Oregon and Alaska, our legalization measures explicitly allow local bans. Now, in Oregon's measure, you have to get a vote of the people. You can't just have your 9-man city council vote for that. You've got to have an initiative. You got to have a vote of the people. Hey, if we had to get a vote of the people to legalize, you need to get a vote of the people to be able to prohibit. That seems only fair to me. But again, that local option is going to increase support for marijuana legalization among a lot of people. This idea that big marijuana, if you keep saying big marijuana over and over again, it's going to scare people, doesn't scare people when they recognize that most Americans, as Jacob writes, do not see business that supply them with useful and enjoyable goods and services as the enemy. And we've seen the results of trying to use the big marijuana as the scare against the voters. Alaska's anti-legalization campaign was called Big Marijuana, Big Mistake. Polling for Measure 2 was down to 48%. But it ended up passing with 52%. The same in Oregon. Measure 91 tried to show all the pictures of the pot tarts and the gummy bears and tried to do the same big marijuana, big mistake. Oh, if we have big marijuana, they'll market to kids. And again, our poll numbers were around 51, 52%. We end up winning with 56%. Both states did 4 points better than polling. And Mark Kleiman, the other guy, I talked about him yesterday, Mark A.R. Kleiman, the one who was the consultant to Washington State, whose advice led to low supply and high prices, as much as $30 to $35 a gram, who said, quote, "It can be done without involving the potrepreneurs now hoping to cash in on the green rush." He was referring to District of Columbia's grow and give system. The grow and give system where in D.C. now you're allowed to grow your own, you're allowed to possess your own, and you're allowed to give it away, but not sell it to other people. As Jacob so expertly writes, quote, "There's another name for this form of legalization, prohibition. Back when the booze business was banned, people were still allowed to possess and consume alcoholic beverages, if they'd purchased them before the 18th Amendment took effect, for example. They could even make their own fermented beverages based on the Volstead Act's exception for non-intoxicating cider and fruit juices, which the Treasury Department interpreted to mean non-intoxicating in fact, leaving leeway for significant alcohol."
Hey, what's up? This is Killer Mike, one half of Run the Jewels, and I'm telling you, November 23rd through 27th, you need to be at Cannabis Cup. I did it last year, and I got so high, I can tell you what color Jesus' furniture is. I got so high, I kissed the sky twice. I got so much enlightenment, I know Buddha's last name. Do you feel what I'm telling you right now? The people are great. You don't have to search or call your sketch-ass dealer who won't call you back. You don't have to go lurking through the hood to find good smoke. You need to get out of the country. You've been sitting on your block too long smoking weed. Get out and have an adventure. See you at Cannabis Cup, November 23rd through 27th. Yeah.
Marijuana Compassion and Common Sense, replaying Tuesdays at 10 Pacific on 420radio.org.
Hey, this is Willie Nelson for Normal. And I smoke pot and I like it a lot. I learned a long time ago that marijuana is a lot safer than alcohol. There's nothing wrong with the responsible use of marijuana by adults. It's time we stopped arresting and started respecting those who smoke marijuana responsibly. To learn what you can do to help, contact Normal at norml.org or call toll-free 888-67.
Arguing for the end of adult marijuana prohibition is easy because we have facts, science, reason, compassion, evidence, truth, and logic on our side. It is even easier when researchers catalog it all for us. Learn how to gather the facts on marijuana use, arrests, seizures, rehabs, drug tests, and more in this edition of Drug War Data Mining. Welcome back, everyone. And scanning over the election results from last night, the one sad point for everyone watching our 7-hour coverage was the returns from Florida, where they came in with only 57.6% of the vote. Anywhere else in the nation, this would be considered a slam dunk. And in fact, that 57.6% vote for medical marijuana in Florida is greater than the votes were in Oregon, California, or Colorado, among others. So the people there that are really bummed out about this not passing, I understand that. But really, from my perspective, Florida was a huge victory last night. And only the technicality of the Florida Constitution is keeping people from medical marijuana at this point. The legislators in Florida have gotten the message that there is a huge and widespread support for access to medical marijuana in the state. And mark my words, in 2016, there will be medical marijuana winning in the election in Florida. There's too much money that wants to make it happen. There are too many seniors in Florida that want to make this happen. I feel if they come out with better language, a better front man for the campaign, and get more patient stories in front of the people, we will see medical marijuana in Florida. Medical marijuana in Florida, I've composed some of the numbers here. This is a breakdown by counties. All the county votes in Florida. And as you can see, there were a number of counties here, 9 counties in Florida, that would have passed the constitutional amendment, that got over 60% of the vote. And some of these counties, we're talking hundreds of thousands of people, almost 500,000 in Broward County. We're talking about, 443,000 votes in Broward and 403 in Palm Beach and 350,000 in Pinellas County, and great margins of victory from 24% to 43% margins. That will not be lost on the lawmakers in Florida. As we scroll down, we can find out as well that there were many counties that were in the majority, even if they didn't break that 60%. In this respect, we're looking at how many of these counties coming in at above 50. There's 42 counties that came in above 50%. Then, looking at the counties that did not pass, that were below 50%, we have 16 of them with ranges between 0.04% down to 20% in the range of victory. So, much greater margins of victory among the counties that supported it than margins of defeat in the counties that opposed it. This, again, shows great support for medical marijuana moving forward in Florida. In fact, looking at the totals here, we have got 3.3 million votes for medical marijuana versus 2.4 million against. Again, that 57.6% victory means a 15% margin. And that is something that will catch any politician's attention. Any issue, there's a 15% margin. The averages are here listed here as well, where we can see how many votes there were. And really, in the counties where it got less than a majority, it worked out to about 1,833 votes per county that kept it at less than a majority. So there's much to look at Florida. These votes for medical marijuana, these 3.3 million votes, are more votes than Governor Rick Scott got for his reelection, more than Pam Bondi got for her Attorney General reelection, and are more than were achieved in any of the statewide Florida elections. More people voted for marijuana than voted for any statewide candidate. And once again, that can't be lost on these politicians. They're going to pay attention to those numbers. That's the kind of stuff they want to see. So folks in Florida, don't despair. You just suffered what I would consider your Oregon 2012 moment. In Oregon, we wanted to pass legalization, but our language was wide open, way too wide open, too easy for our critics to attack. And the front man of our messaging for the campaign in 2012 was someone who'd had a shady business past and was easily attacked by the members of the media and our opponents. Likewise, in Florida, you got language that was really wide open, having the California clause where doctors could recommend for any condition they feel marijuana would help. And you had a front man in John Morgan, who is a personal injury attorney, which doesn't always engender the best stereotypes, who then was caught in a drunken tirade going off about passing medical marijuana. And that did not do well for the campaign as well either. 2016.
Salut mes amis, je m'appelle Marie-Jeanne et je vous invite à joignez-vous à l'équipe de High Times afin de célébrer la meilleure marijuana du monde lors de la 27e coupe annuelle du cannabis à Amsterdam du 23 au 27 novembre prochain. Pendant 5 jours, les membres du jury pourront participer à des séminaires, découvrir de nouveaux produits et voter pour leur variété de cannabis préférée retrouvée dans les meilleurs cafés de la vie. Les membres du jury auront aussi la chance de voir et d'entendre Action Bronson, Revolution et d'autres formations lors de la concert annuel de la Coupe. De plus, jeudi le 27 novembre, ne manquez pas la remise du prix du meilleur cannabis au monde par l'équipe de High Times. Découvrez le plaisir de la marijuana en toute liberté. Venez participer avec High Times à la Coupe du cannabis à Amsterdam. À bientôt!
Приветствую. Меня зовут Дэнни Денко. Мы от журнала High Times приглашаем вас в Амстердам с 23 до 27 ноября, чтобы вместить ежегодный турнир Cannabis Cup уже 27-й по счету. Там мы сравним множество будов марихуаны и гашиша из местных кофешопов. Еще у нас там выставка товаров, семинары по выращиванию, ночные концерты и вручение премии за лучшие в мире сорты марихуаны. Билеты можно купить на сайте cannabiscup.com. Ждем вас!
For over 4 decades, High Times magazine has been the chronicle of the underground marijuana culture. Now as marijuana goes mainstream, High Times is stronger than ever, running the best-selling magazine, their high-traffic website, and producing 5 U.S. Cannabis Cups and 1 International Cannabis Cup per year. Check out the latest news from High Times in our High Times preview.
Hi, I'm Mary Jane with High Times. We're here with Killer Mike. Turns out his birthday's 420.
It is.
Tell us about the amazing success of Run the Jewels 2.
We're just lucky bastards that people felt the first one and are feeling the second one 10 times more. I can't describe lightning in a bottle besides to say there's lightning in a bottle. Jamie and I committed ourselves to make the dopest possible music that we felt we could. It resonated with people, and the turnaround is even more incredible on Run the Jewels 2.
Can you tell us a little bit about Meow the Jewels? We just saw that you got the Kickstarter campaign
Meow the
successful.
Jewels is the result of Jamie smoking too much marijuana and coming up with funny stuff to say. How many different ways can you buy a t-shirt and a hat? Well, you can have the $40 option, the $400,000 option, the $4 million option. Jamie came up with a $40,000 option of, if you buy this package and raise $40,000, we will do a cat remix of the entire album. And don't get high and make promises or bets, because the audience will take that dare, and they did. We're going to donate the proceeds to either victims of police brutality or directly to the family of Eric Garner and Michael Brown. That's our wish. Our wish is to get it directly in the hands of the family, and we're making moves to do that now. So yeah, it's a very stupid idea. We were stoned, we laughed at it, and you guys made it something real and that actually was worthy, and we appreciate you guys for, catering to our dumb joke, because the money is going to go to a very good purpose. I don't favor any particular political party as much as what I encourage people to do is, vote on a local level. Realize the 5 to 10 miles around your home are what affects you every day. If your community is being over-policed, then you need to be talking to your city councilman or your alderman. If it's being under-policed, then you need to be talking to them. You need to be communicative with police departments about how they handle arrests and pullovers. You need to be communicative about which stores are coming in, how businesses are handled. I just say be involved in your local politics, and to me that'll help you grow a better national perspective. Get out, you should vote, you should take your children to see the voting process, you should encourage your children to vote once they get 18, and you should be involved in some way locally with politics, whether that's campaigning for a particular politician or whether it's having a particular issue in the community that you want to see reformed, ratified, or progressed, and pushing that issue.
What do you think is going to happen next week with the vote on marijuana reform in the 4 states that have it on the ballot?
Usually I call splits, we'll probably get 2, lose 2, but eventually prohibition just has to end. Common sense is making more sense than dumb stuff these days. You can only fool so many people so many times, so with each win, it just opens the door for the next. So I expect to get 2 out of 4. I'd be happy for. 4, I'd light a joint in the middle of Times Square.
And when you played the Cannabis Cup last year, did you guys enjoy some of the good weed in Amsterdam?
I did. The only thing, we had to leave the next day. That was the heartbreaking part of it. We tried to smoke everything. I got on the plane, I was higher than the plane.
What's your favorite strain?
Chem Dog is a favorite of mine. My wife and I like perp. It's hard to find the granddaddy perp right now, but it's a pleasure. Of course, I like a lot of different cushions, but really right now, Girl Scout cookie and Chem are probably my favorite.
And can you leave us with a good pot story, a good anecdote from your time?
When my wife and I went and got our cards in California, for instance, because I'm a fat guy, of course. My wife's fit. So the doctor tells me, it's actually a two-way edible story. The doctor tells us the exact same thing. You guys smoke cigarettes? No, don't ever smoke cigarettes. You smoke joints? Yeah. All right, you can smoke joints. Do you eat edibles? Yeah. No, I don't want you ever to eat edibles. And I'm like, okay. My wife comes back in, tells him the same story. You smoke cigarettes? No. Good, don't smoke. You smoke joints? Oh, okay. You eat edibles? Well, sometimes my body hurts. I cramp. Yeah, eat edibles. So when we were telling each other the story, I was like, yeah, then he told me don't eat them. She was like, he told me to eat edibles. And I was like, but he told me they were dangerous. And she was like, you're fat. so I can't eat brownies. Because I'm fat, and because I got so high for weed brownie one time, I forgot the entire album.
What, while you were performing?
When we played Washington State on Run the Jewels 1, when I had just learned, you had just gotten the album Committed to Memory, someone gave us a brownie. I let the fat kid in me talk. I ate the whole brownie. I forgot the entire album.
What happened?
The audience did the album for me that day. Thank you guys, by the way.
They're there for you.
Yeah, oh my God. I was literally just doing ad-libs. It was like being at a country show, a country rap tune show, like in the chitlin circuit, rapping over words. Except I didn't have words, the audience rapped the words. So thank you guys and everyone who was there, if you remember that, because I told you how high I was.
And be careful with edibles.
Be careful with edibles, especially if you're a fat guy.
Thanks to our friends at High Times for the interview. That's Killer Mike. And yeah, you got to be careful with the edibles. We don't do edibles here at 420 Radio because we still need to be able to read and speak. So yeah, be careful with the edibles. Go low, start slow. Always know what you're getting in the edible. Know what the THC level is. And my recommendation, don't make any plans. Have some place that you can lay down and chill if you really need to. All right, we got some bonus coverage to bring you here during our video segment. We've got Anthony Johnson. He spoke to us live from the Measure 91 Victory Party Tuesday night. Not much for the video. You can't really see him very well, but you can definitely hear what's going on. So enjoy this flashback to our victory on Tuesday with the man who brought us legalized marijuana, Anthony Johnson.
HandmadeApparel.biz to browse the selection of handmade gear or to get a personal quote for your own designs. Handmade Apparel, a proud supporter of 420radio.org.
Welcome back, everyone. It is 47 after the hour, 8:47 Pacific time, and joining us on the Skype line, we have got Anthony Johnson, the chief petitioner of Measure 91, which has just been declared a winner here in the state of Oregon, becoming the third state to legalize marijuana. The studio audience is excited. Anthony Johnson, I'm sure you're excited. How are you doing?
I'm very excited, Russ. Can you hear me?
We got you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm very excited, very proud of everybody. You know, this has been a long, hard fight that many activists have been put in, you know, their blood, sweat, and tears over the years. You know, I can't help but think about Jack Herrera, Jim Gregg, you know, Jim Clark, who's in the hospital waiting a liver right now. You know, and I just could not be happier or more proud of this victory.
Yeah, Measure 91 currently has been called. The numbers may change as more votes are counted. Right now, we're looking at 61.9% of the votes counted, coming down at 54-46. And Anthony, I got to brag. I called it. I said 54-46.
Yeah, you called it, Russ. You know, a couple days ago, I was predicting a 51 to 49% victory. I thought that we didn't quite have the turnout that we wanted in our strongholds this year to really have a big margin of victory, but I thought we did enough to win it. And to have a margin of victory this big in a midterm election, I mean, it's a historic election for one, but it has shown that regulating, legalizing marijuana has moved to the mainstream, and we're only going to see more and more states move towards more freedom, more liberty in 2016 and beyond.
All right, what does this mean for the implementation? Because there was two different sections, and I never quite figured it out. One section that said this was effective 30 days after it passes. Another one that said they had until some later date before things went into effect. When am I going to be legal to have the 8 ounces in my house?
So you'll be legal to possess and cultivate at home, Russ, on July 1st. So I'm sorry about the confusion that some people are having with the text. You know, I think one of the reasons why we were able to bring mainstream support to the cause, the Oregonian, the Register Guard, the Medford Mail Tribune, the East Oregonian, you know, former Oregon State Supreme Court Justice William Riggs, you know, former police officers, former U.S. attorney, was because we did have a very deliberate, you know, careful approach. So we didn't want to, you know, scare the citizens, scare the voters, scare the state. We wanted everybody to have time to ease into this, you know, new approach. And so in a month, the state can start doing rulemaking hearings and formulating the rules for the regulated system. On July 1st, that's when it will be legal to possess cannabis in the privacy of your own home or to travel with it so long as it's out of public view. Now, it's possible the Oregon legislature could step in and pass an emergency bill and implement it sooner, but July 1st is the date.
All right, so that 30-day implementation was when the state could start working on it, and then July 1st is when it actually affects us.
Correct.
Okay, that's great news.
And then the state can start accepting applications the 1st of 2016. Start accepting applications, and you can likely see, licensed and regulated sales, first few months of 2016. The state could actually move it up sooner if they don't need all the time, but I would expect the state to take the full year to develop the rules and regulations.
All right, so we're speaking with Anthony Johnson, the chief petitioner of Measure 91, which has been declared victorious, making Oregon the third state to legalize marijuana for adult use, cultivation, and sales. We're also looking forward to Alaska's vote that'll be coming up a little bit later. Anthony, I'm sure you've got a ton of things to do and a ton of people to talk to, but before you go, could you give us a breakdown? What do you got there for media, local, national, and some of the superstars of the movement who might be there at the party tonight?
You got longtime activists. People have been working on this cause for a long time. We've had activists fly in from out of state. I had some of my Missouri brethren fly in to even help in the final days to knock on doors. Doug Fine, best-selling author, came in to knock on doors on the final day. and basically every media outlet is here. I think with the senator race and governor race not being very competitive in Oregon, we were actually the most high-profile, pun intended, most high-profile election in Oregon. So it's, I think it's safe to say it's a media madhouse here, and the people are joyous, and I could not be happier and more proud of everybody that's worked in this cause, worked on this campaign, volunteered over the years. Russ, you've been a beacon of reason, helping us out with talking points all over these years, and so I just cannot be more proud of the work everybody's put into this cause.
Yeah, it's been a true team effort, and I think, of any campaign, we've seen only two so far, Washington and Colorado, but I think Oregon sets the bar for the most inclusive and the most activists involved in the drafting and the vetting and the working on this campaign. You did us all very proud, Anthony. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Russ. I really appreciate it. And let's move forward in 2016 and more states beyond.
All right. Thanks, Anthony Johnson, Chief Petitioner, Measure 91. We're going to let you go. Get back to the media madhouse, my man.
Thank you, Russ. Have a good one.
Anthony Johnson from our legalization party. I got to get down there about an hour after that interview, and the picture of Anthony coloring in my back tattoo, specifically coloring in the state of Oregon with a green Sharpie, got picked up by the Oregonian, and then... Hey tokers and tokettes, Radical Russ here for the Canador, a practical solution to keep herbs from drying. The Canador is the perfect airtight storage system for your fine herbs, from the half-inch thick walnut and cherry wood construction, clear top perforated jars for storage, and the humidity bead system that keeps your herbs at a perfect 65% relative humidity. I keep all my herbs in the Canador, and you should too. Check out Canador.com for more information. Connect with 420radio.org through social media, on Twitter at 420radio.org, and our Facebook page at 420radio.org. Follow us and like us today. You'll be glad you did. Are you a hypocrite? If you live a closeted cannabis lifestyle, you are. Read about 7 people living a closeted cannabis lifestyle who are on the verge of coming out in The Hypocrites by Mara K. Eaton. Available at areyouahypocrite.net. You can purchase the book on Amazon and Barnes & Noble, also available on iTunes. Check out Mara K. Eaton on Facebook as well. Learn more at areyouahypocrite.net. In the interest of fair and balanced journalism, the Russ Belville Show presents the anti-drug public service announcement of the day.
It's a fact. Pot hurts. That's why we don't do pot.
You just don't feel in control.
You know you did something stupid, but you don't remember what.
It just makes you lazy.
You forget things. You really do. It's kind of scary, and you really feel alone.
It's a fact. Pot hurts.
This has been the anti-drug public service announcement of the day. To cure this sort of reefer madness, listen to The Russ Belville Show every weekday on 420radio.org.
You want answers?
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
You want answers?
You have offended my family.
I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth.
And you have offended the Shaolin Temple.
You can't handle the truth.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Hoorah!
Radical Rant.
We've been covering the subject of drug dog searches here at Normal Show Live and the Normal Stash blog at stash.normal.org. Of course, the use of canines and their incredible olfactory powers has been used for many, many years to detect drugs, to detect explosives, to search for missing bodies, and so forth. And nobody claims that these dogs aren't incredibly talented and naturally gifted at being able to do so. The problem is that we introduce a human element into that in the form of the police handler. And I've got a couple of stories that illustrate the problems that I have with the use of drug dogs to pursue warrantless searches against cannabis consumers. This recent story comes from the Chicago Tribune, or an analysis of data from the Chicago Tribune that found 56% of drug dog searches in the Chicago suburbs found no drugs whatsoever. And an analysis of 3 years' worth of data from suburban Chicago, the Chicago Tribune discovered that only 44% of all roadside searches following a canine alert for cannabis or drugs turned up any cannabis or drugs or paraphernalia. Shockingly, but not surprisingly, that success rate drops to 27% for Hispanic drivers. We are using these drug dogs here to alert, to justify a warrantless search that turns up no crime 56% of the time. And the justification here is not valid. First of all, we talked about the reaction to the master's unintentional cues. This was a story that came out of UC Davis and how they found drug dogs to alert 200 times falsely in this study. What they had done is they had brought 18 drug dog handlers and their dogs to an abandoned church, and they outfitted 4 rooms and told them there might be up to 3 cases or 3 alert spots, 3 spots where there would be drugs hidden. And in none of the rooms was any drugs hidden. Now, in the first room, there was nothing different about the room. In the second room, they placed a piece of red construction paper, which they told the police officers would indicate a room that had some sort of contraband in it. In a third room, they placed sausages and tennis balls, something that would be very interesting to a dog, not that interesting to a person. And in the fourth room, they placed both the red construction paper and the sausages and tennis balls. So we had 4 different rooms. We have 1 control room with nothing in it, 1 room with something that alerts a person, 1 room that alerts a dog, and 1 room that would alert both. And they found, while there should have been no alerts whatsoever because there was no drugs in any of the rooms, they found these dogs alerted over 200 times. Each one of these teams was given 5 minutes in each room twice and ended up with over 200 false alerts. And they found that the false alerts were more pronounced in the rooms that had the red construction paper. That is the red construction paper that would alert the cop to thinking that there was drugs in that room. The dogs pick up on the handler's subconscious signals that there must be drugs in the room and give the false alerts. Far more than they gave false alerts in the rooms that had no construction paper but also had the sausages and tennis balls that the dogs would be interested in. So we demonstrate in that study a handler bias that is subconsciously being picked up by these dogs in something that the researchers call the clever hands effect. Clever Hans was a horse back in the 1900s that the handler said could do mathematics. He'd say 2 + 3, and the horse would move its hoof, stomp its hoof 5 times. They discovered, of course, that the horse was reacting to subconscious cues from its handler. It couldn't really do math. So not only do we have the unintentional cues from the master here, but we also have a situation where these dogs are not held up to any standards of accuracy. According to this story from the Tribune, the dog teams are not held to any statutory standard of performance in Illinois or most other states, experts and dog handlers said, though private groups offer certification for the canines. Well, I'm sorry, private groups aren't good enough. If these are going to be used in a court of law and they're going to be used as an instrument of law enforcement, they need to be subject to laws, subject to the laws of the people to indicate their accuracy, their training, training and their handling. Also, let's talk about the possible racial profiling going on in here. The civil rights and advocates and Latino activists say the findings support complaints that police unfairly target Hispanic drivers for invasive and embarrassing roadside vehicle searches. The state's data, in which drivers and officers aren't identified, show that the average false alert led to a stop lasting nearly a half hour. One Crystal Lake search led to a 3-hour stop of a Hispanic man in 2007. He was stopped for a license plate registration violation, according to the data. Now, dogs do not have the human failings that have led to the targeting of minorities, but Virginia Martinez, a Chicago-based staff attorney for the Mexican-American Legal Defense and Education Fund, worries that an officer's bias can translate through the dog leash. She fears the drug-sniffing dogs are another tool to justify roadside searches of innocent drivers, the unfair consequences of what she called, quote, driving while Mexican, end quote. And when we compare that and we take that data where, 44% of the stops didn't found drugs in all stops, but only 27% found them in the Hispanic stops, add that to the UC Davis data about the unconscious cues from the handlers, and so you have a situation where if a handler believes that Mexicans are more likely to be carrying drugs, that belief translates through to the dog that picks it up, who then alerts, and then we've got the guys standing on the side of the road while you go through all their belongings. Now, they're justifying these. The police, by the way, the police are justifying this. They're justifying these failing grades. They're saying the 46% that turned up something positive is to be understood because sometimes these dogs, their noses are so sensitive, they're detecting the residue of cannabis or drugs, even as the suspects themselves don't have any actual cannabis or drugs on them. Again, from the Tribune story. Dog handling officers and trainers argue the canine team's accuracy shouldn't be measured in the number of alerts that turn up drugs. They said the scent of drugs or paraphernalia can linger in a car after drugs are used or sold, and the dog's noses are so sensitive they can pick up residue from drugs that can no longer be found in a car. Since September 2008, Deputy Jeremy Bruchetta has handled Sage, one of McHenry County Department's 2 drug-sniffing German Shepherds. Officers sometimes come up empty-handed in searches of vehicles that clearly once contained drugs, he said, recalling a traffic stop in which a man, reeking of pot, had a marijuana stem stuck to his shirt, but no drugs were found in the car. Alex Rothacre, who works with some 60 area police dogs and handlers at Tops Kennels in Grays Lake, rubbed a bag of marijuana against a cinder block on the wall. 2 German Shepherds he trained alerted on the block with little hesitation, earning sessions of play with handlers who control the dog's beloved chew toys. That's the defense? You're getting 44% accuracy rate here in detecting actual drugs, and your defense is that your dogs are alerting and you're throwing people's stuff out of the cars on the side of the freeway because maybe somebody smells like a crime? Somebody might have had pot on them when they were in my car, and so now I need to stand on the side of the road while the rubberneckers stream by and pass judgment and 2 or 3 police cars come by to dismantle my Hyundai? Really? Because I might have given a hitchhiker a ride who might have been, trimming in Northern California and had weed residue on his hands when he touched my door handle? I may have given my car keys to a valet parker who might have had, a baggie of cocaine in his pocket and cocaine residue ended up in my car? That's the justification for putting me on the side of the road in handcuffs? Really? That a crime might have been going on? That we can smell somebody who might be a criminal? That's what we've come to in this country? What if someone were to, take some freshly harvested buds and rub them all over, state representatives' cars and police captains' cars and city council persons' personal cars and, let's go at random on luxury cars in jewelry store parking lots. Let's rub some fresh cannabis all over them so the drug dogs will false alert on their cars and put their rich ass on the side of the road getting the Cadillac torn apart. Let's see how quickly that policy changes. Oh, wait, I forgot. Don't bother. It's not like the cops are going to call the canines to search for drugs in those cars in the first place. This is what it's come to here in America, folks. We have defined drug dogs as being some sort of scientific instrument, when in fact, there's nothing to blame the dog here for. Don't blame the dog. I mean, they evolved to smell things and please humans. And that's all they're doing. They're going out there and doing their job, and they know that if they smell the drugs, it pleases their human handler. Now, there may be cops out there that are using these drugs reliably. There may be tests to show that these dogs can be used accurately. But until this can be shown to be a scientific item, we cannot use this to prosecute people in America. Imagine if we had some sort of wand, and we could wave this wand at you, and it would detect whether or not you're a child molester. We just wave this wand, and if it goes off, you're a child molester, but it's only accurate 44% of the time. You want to be waved down by the wand? You want that wand to possibly go off just because the cop thinks you look pervy? That's what we're doing with drug dogs in this country. When cops think you look like a druggie, when cops think your car might have drugs on it, they are causing their dogs, either subconsciously or overtly, to alert on those cars and to bust cannabis consumers, and the practice needs to end now. Thanks for joining us here on Radical Russ. Stay tuned for Hour 2 Toker Talk Radio for Cannabis Carrying Ganja John. Take care of each other, Tokers.
This is Normal Show Live, the voice of the Marijuana Nation.
Take it out one more time. You take a seed, you plant it, you grow it, you dry it, you roll it, you smoke it. You take a seed, you plant it, you grow it, you dry it, you roll it, you smoke it. You take a seed, you plant it, you grow it.
You know Herb Thrasher from the Herb Thrasher Flower Hour. Now get ready for Herb Age Designs for the proud cannabis consumer. Herb Age Designs, lifestyle gear for the 420 friendly. Herb Age Designs, we've got Frisbee golf discs and durable hemp gear. Herb Age Designs, we've got shot glasses, drinking glasses, coffee mugs, and beer cozies. Check us out on Facebook and online at herbagedesigns.com. And follow Herb Age and Herb Thrasher on Twitter. Adam Hand of Handmade Apparel produces quality custom designs for t-shirts, hats, and other apparel. Handmade Apparel is the official design shop for 420 Radio, among many clients who rely on Adam Hand for everything from short-run custom projects to full-run clothing lines. Visit handmadeapparel.biz to browse the selection of handmade gear or to get a personal quote for your own designs. Handmade Apparel, a proud supporter of 420radio.org.
Well, welcome back, everybody. We are live on the bus. Still waiting to get down to the protest. The bus was a little bit late, so we are making our way to downtown Portland. It's going to still take us a while. I timed the recordings to stop at the time I would be getting off the bus, and of course that's not happening as I expected, so I'm going to sit over here and kind of talk to you. I don't know about you, I was up late last night watching all the unfolding events in Ferguson, and it's pretty shocking to me. I mean, not exactly shocking. I wasn't exactly surprised there was no indictment. Having covered the drug war for so long and seeing that a cop who says he's threatened can get away with shooting a chihuahua that's running away, much less an unarmed black kid, wasn't that surprised. But the reaction and the outrage that's spreading not just through this country but through the world is news in the making. And I felt that I really had to go down and make my voice heard and to be a part of this. So that's why we're on the bus right now instead of live at Roll J Studios. Hoping to run into Bacon Dan down there as well, see if he makes it. One thing about the coverage last night that was kind of disturbing, if you were watching, was on CNN's coverage, Don Lemon, and if you know who Don Lemon is, he's a reporter for CNN, who's out live at Ferguson, and he was describing the scene, there's chaos and fires, and he said, and obviously the smell of marijuana is in the air. And I was like, obviously? Don, there's no such thing as smell-o-vision, right? It's not like we can smell what's going on. Does that obviously mean that, of course, because we're in St. Louis, there would be pot smoke in the air? Of course, because there's a protest, there'd be pot smoke in the air? Seems like a little bit of bias on Don Lemon's part. Some other people have brought that up as well. Another factor, the Washington Post has the links to the Darren Wilson testimony to the grand jury. I was very, very shocked. There's an old saying that a prosecutor can get an indictment from a grand jury on a ham sandwich.
Apparently not a cop who kills a black kid, though. The way this scene has unfolded, it's just been a complete travesty of justice. I sat and watched that Ferguson prosecutor deliver the news as if he were the defense attorney for the cop. And speaking of cops, there's some Portland police right there behind us in the bus. Anyway, the testimony. I mean, I've read a lot of testimony from various trials in my work, and I know test-a-lying when I see it. And the example of what Darren Wilson was trying to say went down. It does two things. For number one, it shows you what sort of kind of racist stereotypes he believes in. You know, the superhuman Negro who's going to attack. He's drug crazed. He's got this power of Hulk Hogan, you know. And then also, inconsistencies in his story about whether or not he saw the cigarillos, whether or not he didn't see the cigarillos in Michael Brown's hand, whether or not he'd heard that there was a robbery at the convenience store or not, whether or not the person described in the convenience store robbery was wearing a black shirt or not. Lots of inconsistencies. But for some reason, we're supposed to all just believe the firsthand account of the officer who has all the reason in the world to try to conceal what really happened, with no cross-examination from the defense, from a defense attorney, right? This is all grand jury stuff. And while there's massive inconsistencies in his story, we're supposed to believe him. But when McCulloch, the prosecutor, said there were inconsistencies in eyewitness reports, we're supposed to disregard all the eyewitnesses. Not try to figure out which ones of the eyewitnesses had it right or had it wrong. We're supposed to disregard all the eyewitnesses and only believe what the cop said in his own defense. Other things that came out in this that were really frightening was the fact that the officer, Darren Wilson, after having shot a kid, was allowed to drive himself away from the crime scene back to the station house and wash up his face and hands, essentially destroying any evidence of what would have been gunpowder residue on his face and hands if what he said went down in the car really went down in the car. According to Wilson, he said he fired the gun while the gun, a Sig Sauer, was near his own face. In fact, if that were the case, there would be gunpowder residue, gunshot residue on Wilson's face, but we'll never know that because he was allowed to go home, go back to the station and wash up. So another thing that happened when Officer Wilson was taken to the hospital for the photographs and the supposed injuries, and by the way, the photographs of his injuries don't look that severe to me, but when he was taken back to the hospital, he was allowed to leave his uniform shirt, his buckle, his holster, belt, and all that. Here we go. There's some more police getting ready. We're just approaching MLK here, which of course, as in any American city, is your African American neighborhood. I don't believe I'm getting videos yet because we're still on 3G. But let's see if I can coax some video. There we go. Let's see if I can turn this around for you. There's the Portland police in their riot gear, getting ready for tonight. MLK. For those of you who are joining us late, we're making our way to the Portland Justice Center here in Portland, Oregon, for the protests of the Ferguson decision, the decision not to indict Officer Darren Wilson in the death of Michael Brown. Other things I learned from reading the grand jury transcripts, apparently Officer Wilson noticed Michael Brown by the yellow socks he was wearing that had pot leaves all over them. So perhaps another example of selective prosecution there, selective enforcement.
crossing the Willamette River here on one of Portland's many beautiful bridges, heading into downtown. They're just about on time, I have a feeling. Protests are beginning at 4 o'clock. We're about 6 minutes off that time at 3rd and Madison here in Portland Justice Center, to march around downtown and then return back to Justice Center. From there, we'll see what happens. Famous Portland food carts. It's kind of an ironic story. So it was White House, black market. What? Excuse me. Excuse me. Tell me about your sign, man. We're live on the internet. Right on.
I just want to think more about what's happening.
Yeah.
I want other people to think more about it.
Yeah.
I want us to improve as a society.
Well, I'm glad you're out here.
Thank you.
We have people arriving here. The Justice Center looks like it's getting pretty packed. A bunch of young people, people with flags and signs approaching, making our way to the Justice Center. We'll be streaming live here on 420radio.org. Also, you can catch this on Ustream. If you get the Ustream app, the channel is Radical Russ. There we go. We got the armored horses. Their little riot people gathering so far here in Portland.
Yeah, they wrote, there was like a cute little blurb.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Sorry.
Okay.
By Officer Darren Wilson. Thank you for coming, for being here, for expressing your concern. Whichever way you decided, for or against, we are all in this together. What's good for one is good for us all. We are more determined today, tomorrow, and the future that we will continue the struggle for freedom, for justice, for reform and accountability, beginning across the street in City Hall and behind us in the Justice Center where the Portland Police Bureau resides. We will not stop on this marathon until it is completed. We are Again, it is just great to have you here on behalf of the Alabama Ministerial Alliance Coalition for Justice and Police Reform. And if I didn't get that right, they're going to fire me this afternoon. But you got the message. It is a pleasure to have with us one of the greatest singers here in the city of Portland, Marilyn Keller, who is going to come and bless us with a song. And after she has sung, then the chairperson of the AMA Coalition, Dr. Leroy Hayes, will come and address you. Thank you, Marilyn. Would you come at this time?
Forgive my sunglasses, I have an eye injury today. On behalf of the Pakistan Lutheran Church, myself and Reverend Mark Knudsen, we'd like you to please just remember to hold on.
Justice! Now! Justice! Now! Justice! Now! Justice! Now! Justice! Now!
The blood of Michael Brown cries out for justice today throughout this nation and throughout the world. Once again, the African American community, communities of color, mental health communities, poor, the marginalized, citizens who love justice and democracy, hopes have been crushed by the decision of the grand jury not to indict Officer Darren Wilson for the killing of Michael Brown. Yeah! Once again, we realize that the criminal justice system in America and law enforcement provides when it comes to rendering justice and fairness to black people, to communities of color, to the disenfranchised and the marginalized. We know from our own experience here in the city of Portland that the brokenness of the criminal justice system and law enforcement, we know from Kendall James, we know from James Chassie, we know from Aaron Campbell, we know from Keaton Otis that and fairness. What must we do about it? We must go back to we must not go back to our old routines and just talk about it. No, 1,000 times. We must fight to change this broken, unfair, and unjust system. We must use these moments of injustice to build a movement that will go to the ballot box, a movement that will raise social consciousness, a movement that will mobilize and organize citizens, a movement that will work to change laws and change the system and change the soul of America. Social transformation begins with us to create a more perfect union. Let us be reminded that change in America has happened before. Some 50 years ago, a nonviolent army led by Dr. Martin Luther King challenged a system of de jure and de facto segregation, a system in which lynching was prevalent, a system in which white supremacy was present, a system of inequality and discrimination where every part and every day of life, ordinary people, few resources, no physical army, waged a violent struggle, a movement that broke down the walls of Jim Crow.
Yeah.
History is calling us once again as people in America to build a new that will transform unjust, unfair, and unequal system in our criminal justice system. The spirit of our God, the spirit of those who have come before us, who have died and bled and made sacrifice. The spirit of the unborn that are waiting to be born is calling us to finish the task, to remake America into the beloved community that Dr. King dreamed about. This is our goal. This is our generation. Answer the call to do. Thank you. What do we want? Now! What do we want? Justice! What do we want? Now! And we're going to keep on walking and keep on talking. We're going to go all up this freedom land. At this time, I would like to call our former senator, the Honorable Abel Gordon Lee. Is she present? Yeah. She was over there. Well, she's on her way coming up. And if Joyce Harris is present, Joyce Harris, if you would make your way up at this time. Come on, give it up for the Honorable Abel.
All life matters. All life matters. All life matters. Turn to the person next to you and say, I see you.
I see you.
All life matters. Give that person a hug. Right now. We are here standing together for everything that is right and just and fair. All life matters. All life matters.
We're now going to call Reverend David Leslie, who is the Director of the Ecumenical Ministries of Oregon, to come at this time. Welcome, David.
Thank you, everyone. What I'd like to do is read a statement that was just issued by the Ecumenical Ministries of Oregon Board of Directors on this occasion. Ecumenical Ministries of Oregon stands in prayerful solidarity with the people of Ferguson, Missouri, in the wake of yesterday evening's grand jury decision. We pray in this time of serious tension, a tension that we have known here in Portland. We pray for all of us, and we pray for all of them, the citizens, the people on the street, the demonstrators, law enforcement officials, and justice seekers. It's our hope that this tragedy will be a transformative moment, deepening our awareness of the racial divides that do exist in our communities. As Michael Brown's father stated, I do not want my son's death to be in vain. I want it to lead to incredible change, positive change, change that makes the St. Louis region better for everyone. This afternoon, we recall the ancient words that have such contemporary meaning found in the prophet Micah word to all of us. And that is that question, and what does the Lord require you? But to act justly, to love mercy, God. To work for both justice and peace today requires a commitment to building As Dr. Haynes said, quoting the great Dr. Martin Luther King, the beloved community, by advocacy and action, deepening racial awareness, by engaging in sacred conversations, and most importantly, dismantling the systems that perpetuate racism and contribute to the unnecessary deaths of people like Michael Brown and so many other young people of color and young people generally in this country. My friends, today, if we could use this moment of tragedy to rededicate and re-energize our own commitments to these ends, I believe there will be hope. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. As Reverend Kate Lord of First Unitarian Church University is going to come, I'm going to ask all of you who have been confirmed as a speaker for this evening. We want to keep our program as tight as we can so we can begin the march. If you would please find yourself up on the top of these steps behind us so that we can move this expeditiously along. Thank you very much for your cooperation.
Good afternoon. I want to ask those of you who identify as white to raise your hands right now. Okay? Take a look, because we need you. Right? This is a struggle that affects us all, and it's going to take us all, because the fact of the matter, to quote W.E.B. Du Bois, a system cannot fail those it was never meant to protect. And that's what we're talking about here. Right? This is not about a few bad apples. Right? It's not about a bad barrel. It's about the barrel makers. Okay. So I want to call out to you, most especially to the white people who can have the privilege of going back to normal lives. I want to challenge you. This is your moment. Thank you. This is your moment to step up, to not take over, to listen, and to walk with the people. Most impacted by this. Now the public is all frightened in front of their televisions, wondering what we're going to do, right? They're wondering why it is that people are calling out the National Guard. They're wondering why there's people out there on their police looking for trouble, right? Because we are scaring them. But what they don't even get is that they're being impacted too, right? So it's going to take all of us, and acknowledging those systems that divide us and refusing to go back to normal, that's what it's going to take to turn this shit around. And just in case we need a little reminding, let us say it loud enough for people in these departments to hear. We want us to go away and to stop causing trouble. No justice, no peace. 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 Thank you very much, everybody.
Mr. Michael Alexander, CEO, Engineering Equipment. Good evening. Good evening. The Urban League stands in proud solidarity with all who are present here today, but particularly with the leadership of the Albina Ministerial Alliance for Justice and Police Reform. We want to express our deep gratitude for the long-standing and courageous leadership that they have brought to the issue of police accountability and the disheartening history of the use of excessive force within our city. We stand here today because we have all come to sadly recognize the tragic circumstances of August 9th in Ferguson, Missouri, which took the life of Michael Brown. This young man's name is added to that of many other young Black men and women
whose life paths came to a sudden end because of police misconduct. Michael Brown's name is forever embedded in our memory. However, for many of us, it's the last name on a long list. Kamari Gray and Eric Garnes in New York. Ezel Ford in Los Angeles. Wendell Adams in New Orleans. Oscar Grant, the young man whose life and whose death was chronicled in the film Fruitville Station in Oakland. But if for some reason those names are not familiar to you, I'm sure these are. Keaton Otis. James Perez. Kenya James. Aaron Campbell. Their deaths point to a fact that is indisputable. Long before there was a Ferguson, Missouri, there was a Portland, Oregon. Long before. The call for justice and police accountability is one that members of this community have demanded for decades. Throughout that period, the leadership of the AMA has been one to speak truth to power and oppression with unwavering courage and resolve. This is the path on which we stand today and on which we have to recommit ourselves to continue to travel. The frustrating question that we face is always, when do we arrive at the point of justice and accountability that we, our families, and our communities demand and deserve? I don't know the day, but I sought out the wisdom of Dr. Martin Luther King to frame a way to keep that destination in sight. I chose a quote from the speech that he gave on the steps of the Alabama State Capitol in 1965 at the end of the march from Selma to Montgomery, Alabama. I know you are asking today, how long will it take? Somebody's asking, how long will prejudice blind the visions of men, darken their understanding, and drive bright-eyed wisdom from her sacred throne? Somebody's asking, when will wounded justice lying prostrate on the streets of Selma and Birmingham and communities all over the South be listed from this dust of shame to reign supreme among the children of men? Somebody's asking, when will the radiant star of hope be plunged in the nocturnal bosom of this lonely night, plucked from the chains of fear and the manacles of death? How long will justice be crucified and truth bear? I come to say to you this afternoon, however difficult the moment, however frustrating the hour, it will not be long. Because truth across the earth will rise again. How long? Not long, because no lie can live forever. How long? Not long, because you shall reap what you sow. How long? Not long, because the arc of moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. So spoke Dr. King. I conclude by asking that we continue as a beloved community to navigate the path to justice and accountability, however draining, however demoralizing, and however difficult. Because we can settle for nothing less, and ain't nothing gonna turn us around. That's right!
I would like to this time to call, I think it's Gina Frazzini, and if I did not say your name right, please, I got it. She's going to come, and followed by her will be Jason Renault of the Mental Health Association of Portland. And then I want to ask, I know that there are some Jefferson students that are here. Jefferson students. I want the Jefferson students to begin to make your way up, and they'll make room for you right over here represented by Senator Abel Gordley for just a moment, and then your speaker is going to come up pretty shortly. All right, at this time, Gina Pazini. Edwards is going to represent basic rights Gordon.
My soul is weary. I'm not surprised. You should not be surprised. Disappointed, yes. Angry, yes. Sad, yes. Tired, hell yes. But I am not surprised. You know, in some ways, the verdict from the grand jury did not matter. Because we know this is a movement and not a moment. And I'm proud that Basic Rights Oregon, along with so many other organizations, are dedicated to that movement. You know, in some ways, that decision did not matter because it's not just about Darren Wilson. It's not just about the Portland police that decided to stand with Darren Wilson. That's right! Although they're not absolved from justice. But it's about, they are products of an institution that is built in a system on white supremacy. That's right. A system that was never meant to protect us. That's right. Never meant to protect us. So what does justice look like? How do we have justice? Justice when black lives really truly do matter. Not something we just say or talk about. Something that we can live and see, feel, trust in, believe in. So that here today and everywhere, we found white supremacy every day. And if you don't know how to do that, find out. Black people, communities of color, come together. Support efforts like the AMA, the cop watches. You know, the poem says, life ain't no crystal stair. But I have to keep climbing and fighting. And it's not fair, but we have to keep on fighting. We have to keep fighting until we fix this broken system. And then we may have justice. And then finally, we may just have some peace.
Good evening, everybody, tonight. My name is Baki Coles, and I go to Jefferson High School. I am from Southern California. I moved out here yesterday as a sophomore. I'm a junior now. I am the president of the BSU. We have been working together to find real peace. And I wrote a little monologue today because I like to freestyle, but I figured I'd collect my thoughts. We're here today not only for the justice of our fallen brother, Mike Brown, but for the justice of all our fallen brothers and sisters who cry for help and they were never heard. We rally, we protest, we voice our opinion, and yet I fear the list of our fallen brothers and sisters will still grow. I cannot accept that. I can't accept them justifying the murder of another human being, let alone children. I go to school full of potential targets. I am one myself. But I cannot accept that this is just the way things are. That's right! Growing up to this point, I've had to accept being told not to question why we don't get the necessities of living a peaceful way of life. Yeah. For too long, I've had the perspective that our history ends with slavery or is separate from Africa, the motherland. But my ignorance to the truth that African history is human history is not my fault. Yeah. The future of this nation is dependent on a system of schooling that has no interest in teaching our true history.
to conquer this history.
There are a lot of people angry for the sake of the prison industrial complex. There's no interest in teaching us economics or finances, but we're supposed to know these things to survive in a capitalistic society. We need to stop depending on this system that doesn't have our human necessities in mind and would rather brag about the little things they do to help instead of addressing the elephant and donkey in the room. All lives matter. And until we can unite as a planet to achieve the basic human rights we deserve, we will always face oppression. Every bright mind in this crowd on this earth has the capability to lead us out of darkness. That's right. But until it takes every bright mind to lead and do so for us to brighten up the world around us. Yeah. Thank you. That's all I have to say here.
And that is why we have a future, because of people like that. I'm going to follow his lead because I wanted to make sure that I said certain things and I didn't want to just forget them, so I wrote them down as well. And it's hard to put together the right words when on some level, my emotions are indescribable. I want to yell loud over and over, and then I'm just sad. Then I realize I want to fervently not incite. And then it starts all over again. I know too well that it's safe to be quiet when such emotions rage, but at this time, being quiet would be wrong. Very, very wrong. Every person of color in America knows profiling. That is the context here. We know it. It is a reality that we walk out the door to every day. The first thought at the beginning of any encounter with law enforcement is, am I going to die today? Yes! Come on! It's a reality that becomes a special terror when we become parents. Yes. And our children go into that same reality. No matter what happened on that street in Ferguson, if you tell me that it wasn't the fruit of the poison tree of profiling, I'm going to ask you to prove it. Right. That might have been sorted out in the trial, but the evidence for all to see. But that door was closed yesterday. Yes. An opportunity lost. Now, how many times must this happen? Exactly. Every time profiling is studied, it's confirmed. And people like me think, well, I could have told you that. Yeah. And yet, every case that follows the same predictable trajectory, as if it doesn't matter that the story has been repeated countless times. Protect and serve. Right. Now, I yearn for a world in which we can believe that. Okay. Yeah. A world in which the tools of law enforcement are the tools of peacekeeping. Right. A world in which all of us can look to the uniform and badge for protection. Exactly. I have to believe it's possible. It's not our world now, though. I'll tell you that. It's not our country now, folks. And it's not our city now. Right. What are we going to do about it? And when we say we, I don't mean just people of color. I don't mean just civic leaders. I don't mean just the police bureau. I don't mean just white people. I mean all people of color. We need each other now and always. Our pain and our grief at a time like this may not be the same pain and grief, but every person of conscience feels it. There are police officers of conscience. They are victims too. The fact that when the fabric of our American community is torn and frayed, we are all in danger. And no arsenal or fortification will protect us when the danger comes from within. Neither childish bullying or taunting nor a taste of confrontation have any place among those sworn to protect and serve. Abiding and obvious respect for all human lives must be a fundamental qualification for the job. The mere suspicion that the tools of law enforcement are perceived or deployed as instruments of domination rather than peacekeeping and protection frays that fabric. Right? Yes. Nothing about the Ferguson Grand Jury process quelled that suspicion. That's it. In fact, this failure just magnifies all the failures that have come before. Okay. Every additional case makes it harder to evaluate the next as anything but another confirmation of systemic oppression. Yes. The fabric of our community will not repair itself. We either weave trust and respect, or we rip them apart. Yes.
I have to believe that we are better than this. Yes, I believe that, as somebody else was going to hear this quote another time, I believe that the arc of the moral universe bends towards justice. I'm frustrated with how long it is, and along with our president, I believe that it bends because each of us in our own way puts our hand on that arc and we bend it in the direction of justice. These conditions did not fall out of the sky. They are the result of decisions made by human beings. And human beings, people of conscience, can decide to change them. The question really isn't, can it be done? The question is, are we up to it?
I'm Jason Renault with the Mental Health Association of Portland, and you probably know why I'm here. No Trail Bill. Were there sadder words ever spoken? Yesterday's grand jury decision exonerating Officer Wilson hit us right in the gut and compounded the tragedy of Michael Brown's death. It is a setback. And setbacks like this hurt us, and they hurt the spirit of those who would share a common dream of justice and police reform, and who share a common ideal of equity and peace. Decisions like Ferguson and similar grand jury decisions here in Portland challenge on this common dream we all share. They divide us from our friends and our allies. They make us bitter. They hurt us, they disappoint us, they disillusion our children. They breed apathy. They injure our hope for a better world. So how do we think about this? How do we rethink this? We rethink it by asking the question in a different way, not asking a simple yes or no question. The question is, was the use of force in policy? Justifiable, yes. Was it avoidable? Yes. Was the use of force determined by training? Yes. Was it avoidable?
Yes.
Was the use of force justifiable?
No.
Was it avoidable?
Yes.
As advocates, we must seek to ask a different question to get a different answer. Again and again, when we approach the law, we are disappointed and defeated. But reframing the question, was use of force avoidable? Was it avoidable?
Yes.
The hope is the difference between these two words, justifiable and avoidable. Was the death of Kendra James justified by the district attorney?
Yes.
Was it avoidable?
Yes.
What about the deaths of James Jahar Perez, or Raymond Werther, or James Chassie, or Jack Collins, or Keaton Otis, or Aaron Campbell, or Brad Morgan? You may not know some of these names, but they're just the same. Nick Davis, Stephen Bowler, Thomas Higginbotham. These deaths were both justifiable and avoidable.
Yes.
Was the death of Michael Brown avoidable?
Yes.
His death was justified and avoidable. Justifiable and avoidable. This is the dilemma. When these two words don't equate, we're not satisfied. In almost all circumstances, this elegant system of a grand jury works with one key exception, police use of force. This is where the blind spot is.
Yes.
These checks and balances should lead to justice, but instead they lead to blindness. They lead to no Trail Bill. They do not bring cops to justice when they misuse force, not in Ferguson, and not in Portland.
That's right. Yes.
Nowhere. What keeps our hope alive, what keeps cops safe, and what makes politicians trustworthy, and what keeps this community tight are the vigilance of these community leaders right here.
Yeah.
The people you are hearing today and you are seeing today. These are the ones you need to support. This is how you can help, is by supporting this community and this leadership. As you've heard, the Albina Ministerial Alliance, Portland Cop Watch, Urban League, all these churches, they need your help. I urge you not to be hurt. I urge you not to be discouraged. not to accept defeat in Ferguson or here in Portland by becoming angry or resentful or bitter. We're surrounded by police. They're ready for you to be angry.
Right, yeah, right. Not so.
Don't be angry.
We are.
Okay. Don't act on it. We can say a prayer for Ferguson. We can say a prayer for the children of Ferguson. And all of us gathered here are going to survive and come out of this, but what will be changed? What will be gained? What will be gained is when we stay in the game, when we learn to win, when we get organized to make the change, and that's when we become the justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Let us also remember Mahalia Poot and other names that have lost their lives to violence, excessive use of force. At this time, we're going to have two more speakers. Jumo from the All African People's Revolutionary Party, and then representing the Portland State University Black Student Union, Tony Fuentes.
Wake up, Portland, Oregon, wake up! Let's first give our love and respect to the Albino Ministerial Alliance. They've been on the front line of this fight for many years. Let's give them our love and respect. Next, irrefutable proof. Without racism, you can't have terrorist cops. And and the reason why you have racism is because of capitalism. There's no question about it. We know that the capitalist system, which is a system where profits are more important than people, was built on the backs of working class white people. Is that right? Yeah. That's right. We know that capitalism has been built on the backs of Asian people and indigenous people whose descendants are out here today. Is that and without question, we know that capitalism is built and maintained. And we know that we have had 500 years of fighting from overseer to officer. We have had 500 years of burning plantations to cities. So we know we shouldn't be surprised by anything this decadent system does. But at the same time, our solution is revolution, but we know y'all ain't ready for that tonight. So we didn't come here to talk about that. That's not our message right now. Please listen. Our message to you is each and every one of you has to be in some organization working for justice. Each and every one of you out here. Everybody clap. Everybody clap. But y'all know, most of y'all out here ain't in no organization. You know that. 6 or 7 out of 10 of you out here ain't seen no organization. You know that. You go from rally to rally, from event to event. You go so often you think you're organizing something. We got to change that, y'all. We got to change it tonight. Are organized. We got to invest in them horses. They're organized. What you gonna do? We got several organizations that sponsored this. I need to read them because I need you to know who they are. I need them to seek you out. I need you to seek them out. I need you to engage tonight. We got the Albino Ministerial Alliance. They need your help. Portland Coprats need your help. Portland Jobs for Justice need your help. Jewish Voices for Peace need your help. The All African People's Revolutionary Party needs your help. Iraq Veterans Against the War, Killjoy Prophets, they need your help. Join us. We've got Hella 503 Collective. They need your support. Portland Central American Solidarity Committee. Right, the Rose Hips Medic Collective. The Portland Urban League. The Portland Committee for Human Rights in the Philippines. The International Socialist Organization and Rising Tide. All these organizations. organization right here tonight and recruit among this crowd and get to work, y'all. Get to work. Stop coming to these rallies and going and having a meal and a beer and waiting for the next 28 days for somebody else to get shot by terrorist pigs. Stop doing that. What's up, Portland? You all look beautiful out there. This is what the beloved community looks like. This is what real social justice looks like. I'm standing here today representing not only Portland State University, but the NAACP for the city of Portland. I didn't prepare nothing to come out here to talk about. They just told me to come over here a little while ago. So I'm just going to share from my heart and share what I posted on my Facebook. But I want to start by telling you, do not go quietly into that dark night. It has been a darkened night in America. But we have the opportunity to rise up and use our collective voices to tell America enough is enough. Last night on my Facebook, I wrote this. How much more do we bore the indignities of Jim Crow? We bore the annihilation of our communities. We bore the brunt of mass incarceration. We bore the debt of your housing market. We bore the magnitude of under and unemployment. We bore the assassination of our leaders and now our children. How much more, America? What is the cost of justice and freedom? What is the mortgage on the lives of black and brown folks? How many more amortized payments will you claim without reducing the principal balance on our earned freedom? When will Black Lives Matter? Now! And when will you pay back into the siphon coffers of our broken community? You have heard them talk about the arc of time bending towards justice. Today, we grapple that arc and we pull it now. We pull justice now. We pull justice by voting. We pull justice by showing up. We pull justice by getting involved. We pull justice by not being silent. For injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere.
At this time, we're going to call Angelica A. Lim, Portland Committee for Human Rights in the Philippines.
My name is Angelica Lim, and I'm going to try something really quick. I'm going to say, there is only one solution, and then you say, revolution, revolution. There is only one solution. Revolution, revolution. There is only one solution. Revolution, revolution. There is only one solution. Revolution, revolution. Thank you, Portland. I organized with for Human Rights in the Philippines and Alliance of Filipinos, Government for Liberation and Genuine Freedom for the Philippines and all oppressed peoples of the world. Our honor and appreciation goes to the organizers of the event. We are here with you to condemn the grand jury for the abhorrent failure in and seeking justice, and we call out the continual systemic oppression and murder of black bodies and black livelihoods. We are here with you as we cry out in the face of a racist system that was never meant to be just. This system has proven again and again that it continues to maintain white supremacy at its core with its inability to indict Darren Wilson. Filipinos in America and the Philippines, under the banner of Buy In USA, are bounded in solidarity with the people of Ferguson, where uprising and rebellion against the white supremacist police and local governments are justified in the wake of Michael Brown's murder and the grand jury's continuation of racist historical trends. As the National Guard occupies Ferguson, we see how collective anger and cries for justice are met with fierce and corrupt militarization. Combined USA recognizes and supports the rights of African Americans to self-determination. As an anti-imperialist and anti-capitalist organization, we see the self-determination and national liberalization of black people not only crucial to the movement for freedom and democracy in the U.S., but for the whole world. The right to self-determination includes the right to self-defense. We support the organizing of black communities to chart their path to freedom and democracy. PTRIP also supports the call from black organizers for the formation of black self-defense networks to defend black lives, the police We condemn the institutionalized racism that targets the lives of black people daily. We denounce the state-sponsored police violence that systemically criminalizes, devalues, dehumanizes, and violates the safety and lives of black families. We mourn the lives of all black peoples, black children, black women, black men, black trans folks, all black people. While fighting for the rights of immigrants and working class people of color, we understand all too well the connection between our struggles for liberation and the hypocrisies of a system that is not pro-people. We stand in solidarity with our homeland in the Philippines to Palestine, to Hong Kong, to Mexico, and to Ferguson. Of all our people, we continually link our struggles. We are firm in solidarity with Ferguson, Missouri. We hold in solidarity the family of Michael Brown and the families of other young black and brown people who are unjustly fall victim to violence in the hands of the state. We call for an end to the militarization of the masses, for our voices are loud, our energy unwavering, and our spirits contagious. Ferguson and the people have the right to rage, a right to demand genuine justice. Justice for Mike Brown and all black lives is taken by white supremacy. Self-determination for all black people. Black lives matter. But for Michael Brown, no universal solidarity.
Everyone, thank you for being here today. Thank you once again to the speakers, to the Albino Ministerial Alliance for allowing us to have our voices heard today. This is one more song that I have to do before I leave you. How can we have peace in the Middle East when there's none at home? How can we have understanding in the land when there's none in the woman and there's none in the man?
How can we heal the wounds of the world if we cannot heal our own? And where does this peace on earth begin, if not in the home? Where do we go now? Do we let the devil in? Do we get up and fight? Surely we know how to conquer all our fears. Bring an end to the violence. Bring an end to the tears. How can we heal the wounds of the world if we cannot heal our own? And where does this peace on earth begin, if not in the home? Well, there's too much talk about it, and too many walk without it. Tell me, where is the love? Where is a God in your life? To my left, a woman abuses her children. To my right, somebody's beating their wife. Tell me, where is this love? Where is a God in your life? How can we heal the wounds of the world if we cannot heal our own? And where does this peace on earth begin, if not in the home?
Good evening. My name is Micaiah Dutt. I'm a volunteer organizer with the Iraq Veterans Against War Portland chapter. I'm a 4-tour veteran of the United States criminal war in Iraq. Let me begin by stating that we are gathered here in front of the Injustice Center on the occupied lands of the Multnomah and Clackamas peoples of the Chinook Indian Nation. This land has been under U.S. military and police occupation for about 160 years. This land was stolen through genocide and legal theft. That theft is maintained even until this day by local, state, and federal police forces. It is important to know this because this entire nation is under occupation. And it is in times like these when the American system of injustice places its legions of enforcement officers in the streets, and the occupation becomes visible for all of us to see. It's recent news that the police officer Darren Wilson, murderer of Mike Brown, was not indicted by a grand jury in the city of Ferguson, Missouri. What is not recent or even unheard of news, and quite actually common, is for harassment, brutality, and even murder by state police forces to go unpunished while their victims are friends, family members, neighbors, and comrades suffer indignity after indignity after indignity under this oppressive apparatus. The state murder of Michael Brown, whose murderer walks free this night, has brought America to a new awakening as we witness in our own time the resurrection of an old life. Jim Crow comes smashing into the 21st century. But a simple historical examination shows that he never left. The state murder of Michael Brown has exposed America of its bloody roots and its history of brutal occupation, demonstrating that the spirit of Jim Crow is alive and well in this society. Tonight, the people of Ferguson, Missouri live under military control. Control established by police and military presence under a so-called coalition. Before our very eyes, we witness the state of Missouri construct and deploy its racist military apparatus upon the hurting and righteously angry people of Ferguson. Just like I witnessed in Iraq, where another so-called coalition of racist states deployed its genocidal military apparatus. This attempt at control is established through large groups of armed, white, mostly men, stationed at multiple checkpoints across the city. Rifle by rifle, they extend and exert political power through the barrel of a gun. So let us consider the situation in occupied Ferguson, Missouri. Again, I say tonight, the people of Ferguson, Missouri live under military control. Occupation, an occupation established by local and state police forces, the National Guard, and a multitude of federal intelligence and policing agencies. This coalition is unified by one mission: to uphold the rule of law, which they mean racial repression. We know this racist system allowed the murder of Michael Brown. We know the Justice Department, the state of Missouri, and the city of Ferguson have no intention of indicting or charging the murder of Michael Brown, the police officer Darren Wilson. If justice is to be had, then it will be had because the people have organized themselves and demanded change by any means necessary. So then, what does it mean to be organized? What is this work that we now feel compelled to continue? It is a work that begins in the hearts and actions of all oppressed peoples who have organized themselves to fight oppression in all its systemic forms. I come from the tradition of GI resistance, where it was soldiers and veterans who shut down, well, among many others, who shut down the United States' evil and unjust war in Vietnam. They studied the problem, organized against the problem, and acted by participating in mass civil disobedience, both on and off the job. They made it impossible for the empire to continue its war. That is my tradition. But there are many, many more. Let us recall the powerful Black Panther Party, the Black Liberation Army, and organizations like the All-African People's Revolutionary Party, which continue to this day in the tradition of Pan-Africanism. We are not starting from scratch. There are many, many organizations over the last few hundred years of occupation who have educated themselves, activated themselves, and fought to change their condition. This work is more than just building community. It is more than just feeding and clothing the millions neglected by this evil empire. It is more than just demanding a higher wage for the theft of our labor and the continued participation in the exploitation and extermination of this continent and our resources. This work is the targeted study of the North American empire, its ruling class, its armed forces, to include the murderous police forces, which plague every city, county, and state on this occupied continent. We must struggle to learn all we can about the axis of evil, the three pillars of the United States empire: white supremacy, patriarchy, and capitalism. These systemically enforced plagues allow and legally justify the murder and enslavement of oppressed peoples from all over the occupied Americas. We need to know that. It is the police officer who continues in the tradition of the slave patrol overseer and the white supremacist militia, who is a threat to the lives of every black male and everybody else in this damn society. And it is the USW regime, Democrat and Republican, backed by soldiers, is the U.S. regime backed soldiers by both the National Guard and federal, who will step in when the police find themselves overwhelmed by our commitment, organization, and agitation. These forces are established to keep us under control by any means necessary, and we need to understand this. I say all this to say that if you feel the righteous anger and you want to respond to this evil assault on the African community, do not go home and let this anger fester. You cannot fight an unjust, evil empire by yourself. You cannot combat 500 years of occupation with your thoughts and realizations alone. The empire will not crumble because we finally come to understand just how evil it is. It will crumble because we organize. It will fall because we have gathered and demanded a new way of life. It will finally be held accountable when we come together and organize with the purpose we hold it to account. So get educated, get organized, and agitate for a new world. A world where murderous state police forces are not only held accountable, but are finally abolished. Rest in power.
If there are representatives here from CAUSA, the Oregon Immigrant Rights Organization, and APANO, would you please see me at the top of the steps immediately? At this time, we will have Wally, who will come and share with us from the Students United for Palestinian Equal Rights, SUPA.
I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak about the connection between Ferguson and Gaza and what's happening in Palestine. I want to start by talking about U.S. and Israeli government officials who say that the alliance between the U.S. and Israel is based on the shared values of democracy and freedom. This summer, they showed us what the true values were when the bombs were dropping in Gaza and the bullets were being fired in the background. That's right.
Can I get one of those free hugs? Good on you for being here.
It's just like, Rodney King in LA. It's like, oh, the well, they do, but they've been training right, and now apparently Ferguson.
insurance. Oh, that put me down here earlier. Yeah. So much power.
All right, Radical Rest here, folks. We are at the corner of 3rd and Madison here in Portland, Oregon. This is the scene of the protests for the Ferguson decision. Still haven't been here since about 4 o'clock is when it started. It's now 5:20 local time, so looks like maybe we'll be moving out and marching here pretty soon. Hard to tell. I think it seems kind of a little ad hoc as far as who they're getting up to speak. Police presence here has been fairly restrained. Got a couple of cops there in the corner with no riot gear or anything on. More cops on the corner there, just in civilian clothes.
But the atmosphere here seems angry, but resolute. Doesn't feel violent or unsafe. Doesn't feel like anyone's wanting to tear anything up. I see a lot of people here, a lot of media. Got a police officer talking to one of the people here. Let's see if we can get that conversation going.
I got out of car sales because of the morality aspect of that. That's good. That's good. You know, this job can be done well. It can be done right, and that's what I want to do. That's my goal. But it's tough. It's tough. Everybody has opinions. The cameras will be a benefit, though. And we've already seen it. We've got I think we've got just 8 actually in our cars.
I've seen some of the cars where it says recording.
And we had on-body cameras on a test pilot project with our traffic division, and all of that went really well. Hi, how's it going?
Great, fantastic.
I think they're a good thing. I think, and once the legalities, they figure that stuff out, privacy aspects of it.
And I think it'll solve a lot of these concerns once it's once it's widespread.
And that's
Hope you guys are safe tonight. Hey, okay, good to see you. Good to see you. You're gonna retire on us, huh?
I am gonna retire.
That's okay. Are you gonna still be around here? Or you moving out there?
Oh no, we're
All right, great. Thank you for your work. Yeah, thank you. For this information.
All right.
Watch out.
No, you stepped back as I was stepping over.
Pass it on to appropriate body to look it over. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Good luck with that.
I don't know. I think
Good luck with that.
I'm waiting until it takes me.
Keep your eyes on me at all times, okay? And also watching church.
Camera.
So fuck. Withridge. Wingfield, Walters, Westerman. No, Withridge. You're all right. Curtis. You escaped. But you're a deuce.
No justice, no peace. Fuck the police. 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 No justice, no peace. Fuck the police.
This is pretty amazing, folks. I got at least 4 or 5 blocks packed full of people marching out here today. More and more joining us as we march. It's definitely the biggest protest march I've ever been a part of. Very proud to be a Portlander today.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Here's the thing. This probably isn't going to be the only You know? And all of the time shall be credit for 4.5 hours that Michael Brown laying in the street. 4.5 hours. So let's do a 4.5 hours moments of silence. Four minutes. Silence. You have Father Michael Brown Parents. Give yourself a hand. Join some organization. Be active. Don't let this down. This is not our last effort. But I ask that you would go back to your places peacefully and show this city we are a disciplined army. An army to be thought of, an army that can shut this city down if we have to. And for those who won't organize their own march, you get to do it on their own. But this is the Indian coalition. And so we ask that you will slowly depart on your own peacefully.
You can shut it down right now. Woo! People out here right now. If we don't get justice. Oh, no. Okay.
Listen to him.
He's right. There's thousands of us here. You can shut it down right now. I'm trying to
We are organized. Listen to Mario.
Thousands of people. There's thousands of people. You can shut it down right now. Make a statement. They're doing it all across the country. You're going to be all holy, fucking rebellion. They don't give a shit about you. We're in front of a goddamn prison.
Can we come here and do laps?
We'll talk about Dr. Martin Luther King 50, 60 years after they clap another one of my kids, my cousins. That's real talk. So if you want to make a statement, You know how you want to change the system? If you're white, shut it the fuck down right now. There's 1,000 of you.
No justice, no peace. No police. No justice, no peace. Fuck the police. No justice, no peace. Fuck the police. Organize no peace.
Organize this is the MA Coalition March. And we are going to hold you accountable. This is the MA Coalition March. And we ask that you will slowly move out on your own. And those who want to start confusion, let them go. This is the MA Coalition March. We have made our point here tonight. We have made our point tonight. We have been a disciplined army. We have sent a message to the city and to the state. And for those who will be the author of confusion, we're saying to them that you can organize your own thing. This is our thing. This is our march. Amen. Times of saying,
Justice now! Justice now! Justice now! Justice now! That's a first one.
Saka?
I think it's from 9 to 10 actually. But I know
So, by all accounts of the successful and peaceful march so far, amazing what happens when you don't send the cops out in riot gear and bring in the National Guard. everybody seems to kind of be chill. We'll stay here for a while, see what develops.
What's death right here? Who's dead? Take it over. Who's dead? A lot of people's dead. Okay.
Right now, shit. Straight up, white people get down. White people not trying to shut it down unless you got kids that you gotta take care of right now. Then straight up and down, you ain't shit, yo. Straight up. Fuck, there's 1,000 people that people can't do shit. Make a statement. See what police brutality is really like then. Put your neck out there and see what it's like to be a brown person. You don't want to do that. No, you don't want to do that. We're gonna march for the scene. It's you know what caused the fucking scene? Michael Brown getting clapped. We were there for 4.5 minutes. Hours, excuse me. But we stood here. Obviously, people know that. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I'm the dumbass. People scared. Y'all scared. I gotta go to work. I gotta pick up my kids and shit. I'd be out there shutting it down. But unfortunately, I can't. I gotta go to fucking work. I'm already late. I appreciate it, sister. Tell your white friends again.
And that you remember
I'm working too. We're all workers.
asked to join some organization to continue this struggle for justice. It's not something to leave, not something to disappear. But we want to continue to honor Michael Brown, to honor what the past was for justice. And so we ask that you dismiss yourself at this time. And check our AMA Coalition webpage for the next action. AMA Coalition webpage.
Hands up, don't shoot!
That's how we do the revolution.
Hands up! Don't shoot! Hands up! Don't shoot! Hands up! Don't shoot! Hands up! Hands up! Don't shoot! 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 Don't shoot! Let us free!
I think it's walking back is wrong.
Let's go, let's go, let's go! Behind you!
Which I'm sure it's delicious food or things of that nature. Because you know, you can't like anything decent in this world if this is your job. Fucking paid, fucking Nazi This is your fucking boss, you idiot. You're dumb. Harris, you're an idiot.
Maury, how you doing?
Oh, it's good to see you. You got nothing else going on in their lives.
Ready for
tell the peace, right? They no racist police. No justice, no peace. No racist police. No justice, no peace. No racist police. No justice, no peace. No racist police. No justice.
That was a hell of a way to get overtime, huh?
You're wasting your time. Stop wasting your time. Stop wasting your time, pussies.
Get your body shaming out of your mouth, you asshole.
Thank you. Go home. What are you doing? You want to hurt somebody else? You want to hurt somebody else with that weapon? You've done enough.
Stay back, please. Thank you.
You look like a hypocrite.
More British. Yeah. That's what I'm doing. I like British. What they're doing. You.
See how hard you fight then. Or no. Hey, we have another view.
Thank you, lady.
All right, things are getting tense now. We shall see how this turns out. Had it good. Good.
Here, I got an idea. Let me flip the camera around for you. When you became a police officer and you swore an oath to preserve and defend the U.S. Constitution against all enemies and whatnot, did you imagine you'd be dressed like this? When you swore an oath to the Constitution to become a police officer, did you think you would be wearing this outfit, standing in a fucking military phalanx against a bunch of unarmed people? When you swore an oath to the Constitution, did you ever think that you would be wearing this goon gear, facing opposite a bunch of folks without weapons? Well, did you? You have any fucking integrity? You have any respect for your badge or the oath you took? Get him, Bluey! When you swore an oath to the U.S. Constitution, did you ever think that you would be dressed like a military? You fuckers have transformed from the man in blue to the men and the women in the black ski mask. And if you've lost all of America's safety, all you do is work for the rich. You're a wage slave with a gun in your hand, willing to fucking die for a bunch of plutocratic slave masters. Not wrong. They fucking don't give a fuck. Your children are being sent to Afghanistan. Willing to die. Your kids are being sent to Afghanistan to die while you sit here and fucking oppress unarmed protesters.
We're the ones willing to die. They're not willing to die. They'll shoot. No, they're willing to kill you. That's what they do. They're willing to kill us. We'll die for this. Ain't they Americans? No, they're not Americans. No, they aren't. We're the Americans.
Look at yourself.
We're fighting for our right shit. You guys are going to kill us.
They're getting aggressive and it's unnecessary. So it's all.
So at stop after stop, it seems like the crowd gets a little smaller. So it's kind of winnowing itself down to the most belligerent folks. The march still continues on down this way. That dude just going down the street with his pit bull pulling a skateboard. That was the coolest thing. Thanks for sticking with us for this late coverage. If you're still watching, we are live in Portland, Oregon at the protests for the Ferguson decision. Some of the marchers still moving forward. Moving toward Burnside now. For those of you watching from outside Portland, I mean, we're like any other city. We've had some issues with the police, mostly here. I mean, we're a very white city. I mean, I think we're the largest, or the smallest, we got the smallest demographics as far as people of color of any major American city. A lot of our police brutality situations have been having to do with mentally ill people getting shot and killed. Got any ice cream? Damn. There's that guy on the skateboard with the dog. I gotta get me one of them dogs. I guess it's a nice night here in Portland. All right, we're walking up the Burnside Bridge now, closing off Burnside as it crosses the Willamette River.
No justice, no peace. No racist police. No justice, no peace. No racist police. No justice, no peace. No racist police.
I'm sorry, were the cops just telling us about our safety? Yeah. I mean, I'm safe, but wasn't my fault. I blame my mom and dad. Cheeseburgers.
Fuck you, motherfucker!
Whose bridge? Whose bridge? Whose bridge? Whose bridge?
Hey, they're stopped now, so we're happy.
Together, it's against the cops in the system. It's against the cops.
Hey guys, somebody in a cheap shit car like this isn't no problem, man. He's not our problem. He's just as brainwashed as everybody, man.
Put that bus across the bridge. Put that bus across the bridge.
So it seems the police have just kind of given up on allowing us to get across a bridge. They picked the Burnside, apparently.
Anonymous!
Uh-huh. Fuck it, we're marching to Gresham.
Yeah.
And then the Dowels.
March to Ferguson.
We're marching to Ferguson. Who's with me? Oh yeah, we'll all fit on the sidewalk, no problem. I smell onions.
Either hands up or laid out position in solidarity.
You want to know the difference? Take an intersection all fucking night. Somebody call for
Justice!
inside and Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. Where protesters for Michael Brown have shut down the intersection.
What do we want now? What do we want? Justice! What do we want now? What do we want? Justice! What do we want now? What do we want? Justice! When do we want it now? What do we want? Justice! When do we want it now? Justice! Now! What do we want? Justice! Now! What do we want? Justice! What do we want now? What do we want? Justice! Now! 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 Justice!
The bridges we tried to come to, Big Lee's presence. Looks like they backed off here. I don't know if they're just thinking, don't incite people. I don't know. So the cops are distributing water to themselves. I guess they're awfully thirsty from all this work.
to somebody? We have a medical emergency. We'd like to get this van out of the way. Yeah.
Hurry up!
They got a medical emergency. You like to let them through? Open the crowd for them?
We're gonna let it open right here.
Right. Make a hole, please.
No cops!
Just this is the man right here.
Make a hole!
All right.
What do you guys do back here? All right, come on. Come on. You guys want to start the call?
Diabetic.
Officers trying to get
There was a car behind us stuck on the bridge. Lady had diabetes, a little bit of a medical emergency. Cops here just came up, 2 or 3 of them, talked to the crowd, asked the crowd if the car could get through, and then the crowd said, yeah, but no cops, and the cops backed off and they let the car go through. The restraint here by the Portland Police Bureau is unlike, well, definitely unlike what we've seen in Ferguson, that's for sure. They are, it would appear to me, doing everything they can do to just let this kind of burn itself out and to avoid any sort of confrontation with the protesters. I think they understand that the confrontation is what's going to cause the problem.
Overall 21st Bush. Yeah, I remember you. I moved out in this home of county because what?
Probably need to get away from it. Yeah.
That's right. This is my good buddy.
How you doing, man?
Yeah,
Nice to meet you, brother. How you doing?
Dude, I think we're going to need to come to some realization. I mean, you don't want to bang it. Nobody wants to get involved.
What's everybody doing? Has everybody got a plan?
Well, they don't, really, because they feel like they didn't get any good answers. You know,
It's kind of a leaderless mob.
yeah. So,
Take some leadership.
well, a couple of them want to leader, well, head your way.
We don't have anybody coming this way. It's, you know, if you want to go to Pioneer Square. Or...
No, what I'm trying to do is open up communication. I think that's going to be tough.
Well, I think if somebody had an idea where you guys want to go, like officers.
But I think you guys should just
That's the most beautiful markings on a horse I've ever seen. That's a trip. What kind of horse is that? I've never seen anything so straight like that. Oh, it's just shaving them? Oh, okay. I was going to say.
The big boys, they need to get their clip, we'll call it, during the winter.
Gotcha.
Keep them nice and cool during the winter.
Gotcha. You got a little badge on the side of it?
We tried that last year and everybody liked it. And that was very Portland of us. So.
Yeah, it is. Kind of Portland. Righteous. All right, guys.
All right, have a good night. All right. I mean, we know this. Everybody knows this is a passion deal. We know it's not about us. Right? Everybody's here. We're here to make sure.
Oh, it is about you guys, though. There's people fucking out there that...
Nobody gets shot until you show up.
Even in a small town like we're from.
Where you guys from? Philmont?
Yeah.
The Sheriff Anderson, did you ever run into him out there?
Oh, yeah.
Our drug dealer lives right across the street. The guy did my retail. Right? Oh.
Well, if there's somebody that wants to come up with a plan where people want to go, I'm sure we'll get people there. But,
you guys go home.
We got a lot of
You
people
work
trying
for
to
us.
get home to their families.
Go home.
Right?
I'm going to walk back there and say, these guys are going home. Let's go home.
Not to you guys.
You want it easy? You want it easy? Let's go home. Come on.
Yeah, what?
They said they pushed those guys. It was Darren Wilson. We heard them loud and clear. And you know why it is? Because every other protest, you always make us look like fools. So I'm going to come to the same thing.
Hell of a time to be stuck on the 20 bus.
Go be up with the cops. You ain't welcome back here.
We need Wi-Fi.
What do we want? Wi-Fi. What do we want it now?
Anybody go home? I want you guys to go home. I want you to go home.
right into the trap. That's what all the police do.
Don't shoot! 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 Don't let the bicycles through! Don't let the bicycles through!
Excuse me, sorry. Well, the police had just moved their bikes up this line, and a bunch of folks started saying, "Don't let the bikes through." They turned around their bikes.
Yeah, fuck the police! Excuse me.
Excuse me. Corner of Grand and Burnside right now. Still a sizable crowd, just kind of filling the intersection. Tell you what, that Plaid Panther's doing some good business.
Anyone knows like the size of
You? That means I'm taking a bullet for her. I'm taking a bullet for the other side. I go to jail because I didn't see a scene that doesn't fit me as a whole. We are out here for nothing. For nothing. So if we take this freeway, we are a group, we are unity, we are one. You understand?
Our streets! 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 Our streets!
We gotta get some shit.
Now the march is proceeding against traffic on Grand, making our way up the street in between the cars.
Get out of your car! Come on, get out of your car! Come with us! Get out of your car! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Get out of your car! Come with us! Get out of your car! Come with us! Shut it all down! Shut it all down! Shut it all! It's capitalism. They don't give a fuck about you. I work 50 hours a week. I don't got shit to show for it. I hate this fucking shit. Fuck them. They don't give a fuck what color your skin is. They don't like any of us. They don't give a fuck about any of us. They don't give a fuck about no one except the 1%. The 0.01%. You get down to it. That's all they really care about. They don't care about none of us. Hey, man, what's up, dude? James Logan, man. Good to see you, dude. Now we're gonna make a little bit of history.
Got to admit, going up against traffic is kind of a good idea from a protester point of view. Makes it a lot harder for the cops to try to corral people and get their bikes and their horses and all that in between. I don't know who came up with this right turn idea, but it seems to be working.
That's Oakland PD for y'all, man. They don't give a fuck, man. Yeah, oh yeah. Pick up my motherfucking kids. Right on, right on. Right on.
Seems like a bad direction to go, man. We're going to be like isolated now.
Well, I'm not sure that anyone's really planning this.
Who the fuck is in charge here?
Nobody. It's my favorite kind of protest.
We had a critical mass ride one time.
Yeah.
And somebody from the side, walked goes, "Who's the leader here?" And I yelled out, "I'm the leader." And everybody started going, "I'm the leader, I'm the leader."
They're like Spartacus. I'm Spartacus.
Yeah. That's one of the greatest fucking scenes in cinematic history.
No kidding. It's a trap. It's Admiral Akbar here.
What's that?
It's a trap.
It's going to the freeway.
Oh, yeah.
What? Fucking Mike Brown, that's the one.
All right, so it appears that our turn down Stark is designed to try to get us on the freeway. We shall see if that happens.
Don't shoot! 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 Don't shoot!
Somebody realized this wasn't the way to the freeway. That's what happens when you get a bunch of Portlanders that don't drive. They don't know the routes to the freeway.
Said they're doing
Stay together. Stay tight. 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 Stay together.
Stay tight. Stay together. Stay tight.
Brothers and sisters, we're here together.
Stay together. Stay together. Stay tight. Stay together. Stay
shoot! Don't shoot! And don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Hands up! Don't shoot!
How's that? Is it any better? Back from the stand, y'all, please. Thank you. Please move back.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
Fuck the police, nigga. They fear this thing.
No justice, no peace. Fuck the police! No justice, no peace. Fuck the police!
right, so the officer's got tear gas guns there and there. Tear gas.
We got the advantage. Motherfuckers, the biggest gang. Y'all worse than us. Kill motherfuckers and get off the leash like y'all better. How the fuck y'all like better than anybody else? Fuck the police. Straight up. Don't be nervous. You paying attention to me. There's a whole lot of people out here. Don't watch me. Watch your bitch. He's scared. Hold on, he nervous. He here, fun boy. That's Officer Fun Boy right there. Officer Fender Fun Boy. You like it in the Heineken. I know it. You're a fun boy. You're a fun boy. That's why you got that.
Hey, they're going up
Up the stairs.
Move south on water. This is Portland Road. Do not enter the highway. It's really dangerous.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah.
I came prepared.
Higher ground! It's always a good warfare tactic. I learned it from Dungeons and Dragons.
Stay tight. Stay together. Stay tight. Stay together. Stay tight. Stay together.
Stay tight. Stay tight.
Stay together. Stay tight. Stay together. Stay tight. Stay together. Stay tight. Stay together. Stay tight. Stay together.
Yeah, keep moving,
Have fun getting those bikes up the stairs. Yeah. Or the horses.
Let's go, you guys. Move. Let's go. Let's go. Stay together. Let's move. It's not over yet. Let's go. Stay tight. Stay together. Stay tight. Stay together. Stay tight. Stay together.
All right, we've got up the stairs now, and we're on. What road is this? Morrison? We're shutting down the Morrison Bridge now. What's that? Yum. I know I did too.
He's looking down right now like, we finna smoke, take off the fridge for a minute. Turn your lights on, turn your motherfucking heater on and shit. Cause y'all run somebody else, they gonna fuck you up. Run somebody over. Yeah. We got a good season, man. Where the weed at? I know y'all got some weed. Like, throw some weed out the window, nigga. Let me get a joint. Got snakes. You want to get it? Yeah, let me get a snake. I got kids and shit at home. Nigga, you playing? I can't give them away. Oh, man. Hey, you was a hustler. All right, going on. You still.
A little capitalism happening here.
You been hanging around some black people.
Shit. Oh, fuck. It's a hell of a thing, man.
Oh, hell yeah. This is a wonderful thing.
I'm originally from Idaho, so this ain't normal. You know what I'm saying?
I had 5 felonies killed by the police last
No
year.
shit. 5?
Like, got killed on his birthday, May 12th. Got shot 31 times in Vallejo with his hands up through the window. Look it up.
Vallejo, California.
Chips. Police been killing my cousin Nehemiah.
Was it Chips, California Highway?
Huh?
The Highway Patrol, sheriffs?
Police.
Just police.
Police.
Yeah, I heard it. Oh, I hear you. Yeah, I work in marijuana reform, man. I travel the country legalizing, so I have written too many stories about people getting shot at by cops. And it's always, oh, I smell weed. Motherfucker, you don't smell no weed.
Smell nothing.
You smell someone with long hair or dark skin is what you smell.
He's throwing shit right now.
Wow! Right in the dick.
So, I don't think these cops know much about strategy, because being on the lower ground where people can pelt you is not always the best place to be.
They're not worried about us right now. They're worried about them.
Yeah?
See, they're going to take out a section of us, then worry about the rest of us.
Gotcha. What's that section trying to do?
Nothing.
Yeah.
Get arrested.
It's like all the people are up here, so.
Is this what?
Hey, walk. Yeah, let's go.
Still can't believe they gave us a fucking open way to get out.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Here's the thing. The cops, they have like structure. They have a solid structure. They're very slow.
Right?
Slow in reaction. Yeah, they can't.
Woo! They should have put my nigga car over here as well. He get killed by the dollar.
Hey, stop him at the end of the bridge.
Oh, let's all go move that truck.
No justice, no peace. No racist police. No justice, no peace. No racist police. No justice, no peace. No racist police. No justice, no peace.
tried.
They're funneling us.
All right.
That is not peace. That is not peaceful. What the fuck? That is not peace. Hell yeah. Fuck this shit up. Hey, don't trip, man. Don't trip.
Who is that?
Well, we've made it back across the Morrison Bridge on the corner of Morrison and 2nd, and I can't see any police. I see no police presence whatsoever.
Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Hands up! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
Hands up!
Don't shoot!
Hands up!
Don't shoot! Hands up! Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
You got it. No problem.
Hands up! Don't shoot! Hands up! Don't shoot! Hands up! Don't shoot! Hands up! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
I don't know.
Ah, there's the police presence. Back there on the other street. All right.
Hands up, don't shoot.
Now!
What do we want? Justice! What do we want? Now! What do we want? Justice! What do we want? Now! Justice! Now! Here we go, Sonny Rabbit! Now! Justice!
Oh, this is a great spot.
Rest in peace, Michael Brown! Every cop in the ground! Rest in peace, Michael Brown! Every cop in the ground! Rest in peace! Hold on!
Mic check!
Mic check!
Mic check!
Mic check!
There! Mic check! Mic check!
Mic check!
Mic check! Mic check!
Mic check!
Hey! Hey!
Hey!
There's a shopping mall with multiple exits 2 blocks away! Fuck you fucking asshole!
Hey, no, this is peaceful!
Let's do it!
Be peaceful! Shut it down!
With 2 exits! We've been into it and occupied 30 times! Let's go!
Oh, look at the bus line.
Back over. Back over. Most of them are back there in that field. So much they can do as far as they don't have like the manpower that maybe $80 in Chicago. Eventually, it seems like that, especially when they accomplished their goal. We didn't get on the freeway. I did. For them, they feel like it's a win. Well, I was on the freeway. There's 2 big ass cops who turned my ass. Scared me so much. I gotta admit, horses scared me too. I'm from the city.
Yeah, I know, but like.
We're at the corner of Southwest 5th and Washington. This is pretty much where the Max and all the buses come through. So by being here, we've kind of shut down public transportation for a little bit, and now we're on the move.
People in the back better keep up. We already lost a third of people at the bridge. We don't want to lose any more. Don't let them cut you off. Don't let them pick you off. Stay together, fight together.
Yeah, fuck that thing.
Leave it! Quit
Leave
policing
it!
yourself!
Leave it!
I guess I had. I'm going to.
proud, darling. Be proud. I've been chanting. I've just got I'm doing live streaming for the internet. So.
Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, is that right?
We need a human right! We need a human right! Come on! What? Mic check! Mic check! Mic check! Mic check! Mic check! Mic check! We check!
One block in silence, okay?
You guys want some water? There's a little bit left. Save the bottle because you refill it at one of the fountains. Spray. If nothing else, splash it on your face or something. I'll refill it at one of the water stations. All right. Nope. Had your chance. Now you got this fence for yourself. All right, you do it. Fuck, you're not trying to put it together. You're the one saying to everybody, I'm trying to do this. Great. Bottle. Yeah. Can't trust you guys with my bottle no more. Do you know, Craig, when I asked you to put it on the thing after we put it in the mud and I thanked you for it, that you didn't screw the top on, so as I was walking down the fucking waterfront going to the boats, it came unscrewed and fell on the ground and dumped water everywhere, and I had no water at all. My fucking thing on the ground. So I do appreciate you guys putting it back like I asked you to. Still a little upset about that one. I didn't even care if my canteen cent. So sad. That's good.
They're decoys at safety. We stand and says they're right back to the fire.
The two most important things in life is love and gratitude. We're stopping at PG Park with that big ass traffic. What do we want? Where do we want it? What do we want?
Justice.
What do we want?
Now.
What do we want?
Justice.
Where do we want it? Where are we going? Right there on the bridge.
Justice.
Where are we going? What do we want?
Justice.
What do we want?
Now.
What do we want?
Justice.
Where do we want it?
Now. Justice. Now. Justice. Now.
What do we want?
Justice.
Where do we want it?
Now. Justice. Now. Justice. Now. Justice.
Where do we want it?
Now.
What do we want?
Justice.
Where do we want it?
Now.
What do we want?
Justice.
Where do we want it?
Now.
What do we want?
Justice.
Where do we want it?
Now.
What do we want?
Justice.
Where do we want it? Take first side. Take first side now. All in the group. All in the group.
Fuck the American judicial system? What is the judicial system?
Let's go, people. Keep it tight.
Kevin Hardy! Kevin Hardy!
Together.
Kevin Hardy!
Oh my gosh, oh my gosh.
Sorry, I'm saving
Well, hold on this guy, right here.
All right.
Sorry, man,
I'll
I'm
take
gonna
this
take
one
the back
one
for
side.
you.
Yeah, be awesome. Thanks, Steven. That was an awkward hold.
Oh, no, it's it. It looks like it. It looks like it.
All right, now we're up to Burnside and 15th.
Hands up!
Don't shoot!
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 Hands up!
Don't shoot! Hands up! Don't shoot! Hands up! Don't shoot! Hands up! Don't shoot! Hands up! Don't shoot! What? We stopping or what are we doing? Come on, you guys, hurry up!
Speed it up!
The guy's coming in big! Sidewalk now. Sidewalk.
Yeah!
Sweet.
Apparently this is going on.
Don't leave nobody behind. When Mike Brown gets shot, he looks back to his opponent and makes sure that he was okay. You're not leaving nobody behind. Nobody is left behind. We stay together. Let's go. This is the final move. Hands up. Hands up.
Don't shoot. Hands up. Don't shoot. Hands up. Don't shoot. Hands up. Don't shoot. Hands up. Don't shoot. Hands up. Don't shoot. Hands up. Don't shoot. Hands up. Don't shoot. Hands up. Don't shoot. Hands up. Don't shoot. Hands up. Don't shoot. Hands up. Don't shoot. Hands up. Don't shoot. Hands up. Don't shoot. Hands up. Don't shoot. Hands up. Don't shoot. Hands up. Don't shoot. Hands up. Don't shoot. Hands up. Don't shoot. Hands up. Don't shoot. Hands up. Don't shoot. Hands up. Don't shoot. Hands up. Don't shoot. Hands up. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Hands up. 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 Don't shoot.
Hands up.
Everybody stop right here.
Hands up.
Don't shoot. Hands up. Don't shoot. Hands up. Don't shoot. Hands up. Don't shoot.
Hands up. Listen, we're going to let the max pass. We're going right over there. Do not stop. Do not slow down.
Let the max go.
Get to the PG part.
Let the max go.
Get to the baby face.
Let the max go, guys. We aren't crazy out here. We're here for a purpose. We all may look crazy, but we're not.
Amen. Listen up. We're letting the max pass. We're going right over here to the baby face. Do not stop. Do not slow down. Don't let the police grab you. If the police grabs you, I'm grabbing you. If the police grabs you, I'm grabbing you. If the police grabs who, you're grabbing you. We are peaceful protesters taking a nice stroll in downtown Portland. Let's hit the left. Let's go! What do you want? Justice! What do you want? Now! Justice!
Everybody need water.
Justice! Now! Justice! Now! Justice! Now! Justice! Now! Justice! Now! Justice! Now! Justice!
disorderly conduct.
Hey, come on.
And other state and city offenses. This is the Portland Police Bureau. Southwest Morrison is being reopened to vehicular traffic. You must immediately vacate the roadway and proceed to the sidewalk. If you remain on the roadway and show the intent to resistance, you may be subject to
Everybody in the street, try and get on the sidewalk. You don't want to give them any reason
This
to
is
arrest
the
them.
Portland Police Bureau. Morrison Avenue is being reopened to vehicular traffic. You must immediately vacate the roadway and proceed to the sidewalk. If you remain in the roadway and show the intent to engage in physical resistance, you may be subject to the use of force, including chemical agents and impact weapons. If you remain in the roadway, you may be subject to arrest for disorderly conduct. Police officers of your state and city offenses.
Hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Hands up! Don't shoot! 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 Don't shoot!
This is the Portland Police Bureau. Southwest Morrison is being reopened to vehicular traffic. You must immediately vacate the roadway and proceed to the sidewalk. If you remain in the roadway and show the intent to engage in physical resistance, you may be subject to the use of force, including chemical agents and impact weapons. If you remain in the road, you may be subject to arrest.
All right, cops are threatening tear gas and rubber bullets. This should be fun. You know, tear gas is against the Geneva Convention for the use in warfare. Did you know that?
We did it together.
Uh-huh.
Make it long. Make it long. Make it long. Let it go. Make it long.
Brace myself to see what it felt like. Got a little whiff of trees plus. Somebody got it.
This is the Portland Police
Bureau.
What?
What?
You must immediately vacate the roadway and proceed to the sidewalk. Remain in the roadway and show the intent.
Okay. What?
The use of force, including chemical agents and impact weapons. Remain in the roadway.
We don't know what you have.
Arrest for disorderly conduct. Police officers and other state and city offenses.
Here they come.
Hey man, take your feet
All right.
You want to give up?
Change the world.
Listen to what he's saying.
Sorry.
You will be subject to arrest. This is the Portland Police Bureau. Clear Southwest Morrison, or you will be subject to arrest.
Hands up! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't
Move to the sidewalk or you will be arrested. This is South. This is the Portland Police Bureau. Southwest Morrison is open to vehicular traffic. If you do not vacate the roadway, you will be subject to arrest. Move to the sidewalk.
wrong side of history! All of you!
This is the Portland Police Bureau. Southwest Morrison is open to vehicular traffic. If you do not vacate the roadway, you will be arrested. Move to the sidewalk now.
Nobody trusts you! No one! Nobody trusts you! Oh, get out of the road! Get out of the road!
This is the Portland Police Bureau. Southwest Morrison is open to vehicular traffic.
Yes, you was looking for statistics. You know you're racist. You know it. Justice. Oh, you know you're racist. Your whole justice system is totally fucked. Look at your own numbers. Look at them. Look at your
Under
crime
authority of
statistics.
Oregon law, Southwest Morrison is being
You know
reopened.
what those numbers are?
Immediately vacate the roadway and move to the sidewalk. Proceed to the sidewalk. If you remain in the roadway and show the intent.
All
If
you
you show the
do,
intent to engage in physical resistance,
is destroy the lives of poor people, and you know it.
including chemical agents and impact weapons. If you remain in the roadway, you may be subject to arrest for disorderly conduct, interfering with a police officer, and other state and city offenses.
Look at your own
This is the
numbers.
Portland Police Bureau. Southwest Morrison is open to vehicular traffic.
Percentages. Come
You
on.
must immediately vacate the roadway and move to the sidewalk. If you remain in the roadway and show the intent to engage in physical resistance, including circumstances required, you may be subject to the use of force, including chemical agents and impact weapons. If you remain in the roadway, you may be subject to arrest for disorderly conduct, interfering with a police officer, and other state and city offenses.
Off the street. Police off the street. Police off the street. Police off the street. Police off the street. Off the street. Get out of here.
Please do not interfere with officers that perform their duties. Stay on the sidewalk.
Who do you serve? 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 Who do you serve?
This is the
Who do you serve? Who do you serve? Who do you protect? 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 Who do you serve?
traffic, immediately vacate the roadway, and as appropriate, proceed to the sidewalk. And show the intent to engage in physical resistance. If circumstances require, you may be subject to the use of force, including chemical agents and impact weapons. If you remain in the roadway, you may be subject to arrest for disorderly conduct, interfering with a police officer, and other state and city offenses.
Take your helmet off, bitch ass motherfucker. Take your helmet off, bitch ass motherfucker. I love your reaction. Now I love your fucking traffic down the street. Who's fucking talking about? 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 Oh yeah, hey, I'm guys are out. I think you guys are leaving. Hey, he's trying to make you seat up there. No.
This is the Florida Police Bureau. Under authority
I got him.
of law, Southwest Morrison is open to vehicular traffic.
I will grab you out and pull you through here.
Please move sidewalk.
Back off.
Remain in the roadway.
Hey, don't do anything stupid. Don't do anything stupid. Don't, no. Leave him alone.
You may be subject to forces, including chemical agents and impact weapons. If you remain in the roadway, you may be subject to arrest for misconduct, interfering with the
Hey, your
police
bike. Hey, watch your bike, man.
city offense.
Hey, your bike.
Move to the sidewalk.
Thank you.
People behind, move back so people
That
can
shit out
move
here.
to the sidewalk.
Curtis, I just want to ask you one question. How do you feel about the situation?
This is the Florida Police Bureau. Under authority of Oregon law, Southwest Morrison is open to vehicular traffic. Immediately vacate the roadway.
No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
I'm not trying to get
Hey, you can matter about the thing.
It's you, personally, because I'm not against police in general. I just want to know what the fuck your situation is. Curtis,
Why the fuck you got your hand on your
Make sure.
gun?
Hey, why you got
You got your hand on your gun.
Watch.
That's your first resource. That's your first resource. Your gun, bitch ass motherfucker. You
I
ain't
think your
shit.
friends are all leaving.
You ain't shit.
I think your friends are leaving.
You ain't shit.
Okay.
Yeah, you ain't shit.
Why are they leaving
Whatever you say.
Like your cop.
Whatever
I
you
love
say.
your reaction. Keep talking. That's
Whatever
what I
you
want.
say.
That's what I want. Keep
Okay.
talking. Keep talking. That's
I don't
exactly
mind.
what I want.
I really don't.
All right, what's up?
Okay.
You're a biker cop. Get a promotion.
Okay.
Get a
I'll
promotion.
work on it just for you.
Get in the gym too.
Okay.
Get in the gym too. Maybe you can catch some more people with
Okay.
badass.
and that's why he has his hand on his gun, man.
I'm not exactly.
He can't do shit with that.
You can't do shit without a gun.
A little
shit.
A little baby kid.
Go home.
An 18-year-old kid, Curtis. Go home.
Pigs go home. Pigs go home. Pigs go home.
Oh, yeah, shake
Get to
it.
control.
That's one side.
Let's walk. Y'all got a fat budget. Y'all got the money for all this.
I don't know about that.
Shit. You a biker cop. He's a biker cop.
How much you make, man? Hey, how much you make? Be real. How much?
He's the lowest level.
How long you been doing this?
How many years have you
Long
been doing
time?
this? You still a biker cop, boy? Get a
You like
promotion.
it? You like it? Hey, you like it? Do you like it?
We're getting the gym, fat ass motherfucker. You ain't shit.
Hey, do you like it? Can you talk to me? Like your job? He like his job. He looks tough. So, Officer Kuba is sitting there smirking at people and still has his hand on his weapon.
I
promise you I do.
Come on, cross the street.
Oh, all you guys are jokes.
So, what was that? They're trying to get some. So, you know which way they're heading?
Hey, you people across the street over there.
Doing great. I've been on since 3.
The sign says you
Yeah,
can
I saw
walk,
that you
you
were
can walk.
gonna be
That
doing
is
it, and
legal. They cannot arrest
Sarah
you
just
for
pointed
crossing
you
the
out.
street.
I was like,
Where you at? Where y'all at?
Well, it was just me and her. We're right over here because we live right like around the corner.
Cool, cool. Leave me. Hiya. Hi.
So you're streaming, so what's up, baby? Dude, crazy.
Loving it.
Yeah, so we were just left our house to go head down and see what was going on, and then we realized, shit, it's right.
Yeah, we sit down Burnside Bridge.
We were watching.
Numerous intersections. I've definitely got like my 10,000 steps walking.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. So it looked like starting with some of the whole split. And, we're trying to tell everybody that the march is moving. It's like we have a real small crowd over here, but a lot of people have already moved down south on.
Let them walk.
They're gonna do that same shit to us. We're trying to like stay together. We already got top for a third of our group got picked up in the race.
Hey, everybody on the other side of the street. They're gonna let you cross. Let's go. Everybody on that side of the street.
Bye.
Fuck you, get indoors!
People walking the match tracks up there.
Can't we get them together?
Let's go.
These guys are.
Justin!
Calico. Smooth.
Go down 18. Come on.
Move.
Michael Brown.
Michael Brown. Michael Brown. Michael Brown. Mike Brown. Mike Brown. Mike Brown. Mike Brown. Come on, people.
Fucking pig.
Not super good.
Off to the max. So I'm gonna have to get a hold of you one of these days for some of the mates.
Yeah. Sure,
I'm out,
All right.
but I'm still waiting on stupid high times. They go off to the Cannabis Cup, and I don't get my check. It's like, guys,
I still have to pay rent and shit.
I know. That's true. So, like, are we converging with the other group now?
I guess we are.
All right.
Oh, this has been exciting.
Yeah, dude. The most shit that's happened here in Portland in a while. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I like to see people on the streets.
Me too.
And fucking last night was,
Yeah,
I was enjoying your tweets about the color.
I know. Did you see the? Oh, hold on. Fucking water. But yeah. I mean, stayed up all night. I found a blogger who went through page by page of the grand jury testimony in the Washington Post that is up. Fucking first-year law student can cross-examine better.
Right. No, absolutely. Al Sharpton said especially.
My God. There was a part where he says he absolutely had complete control of my gun. And then 3 lines later he says, well, he had partial control. And I'm supposed to believe someone the size of my brother Josh reached up and over a SUV Tahoe window across my body to get to something here.
It was on his right hand side.
Mm-hmm. Show me how that's possible. All right, on the move. Including chemical weapons. And, yeah, you want to fire tear gas. That's what you want to do. All these cameras out. That's what you want to do. Oh, Jesus. Guy almost ended. Did you see that? Yeah. But he's going to face plant for sure. The only bad thing about this is that I rely on public transportation to get home. Oh, sorry. I love it. They thought they'd come out with a big show of force. You know, we'll use chemical weapons and impact weapons. Sure you will. Sure you will. They thought we'd all just back the fuck off.
I don't know. This is the thing about us. It's like, you know, all of this, like, momentum out here, and, like, never shifts into an electoral social thing, which ultimately is the only thing that's ever going to bring it.
Yep.
And it's like, and then you get perfectly rational people like my girlfriend who are like, totally support what everybody's, like, out here for in theory, but nobody's out here really has any plan for anything. You know what I mean? And it's like, if you just...
Especially when I hear those kids that are like, don't fucking vote for these fuckers.
Yeah.
You know, it's like...
Or like yelling at the cops. It's like, if anything, like, we're supposed to be repairing the bonds between the communities of, you know, like the police.
Yeah.
So, everybody that's here right now, does this just hit us out? Someone would take these notes.
Jig is probably up in front.
Hey, you people in the back, keep it up, keep it up, keep it together. You don't want to be picked off. Don't want to be picked off. We stand together, we stand together. One people, one voice.
Like a big swarm of fish. I guess that'd be a school, wouldn't it? Yeah. School of fish, swarm of bees. Murder of crows, pride of lions. Got it.
Yeah. No 16.
We watched a few miles.
Huh? That I was just standing back in.
Hey, listen up. Everybody quiet. We're going to South Waterfront. That is our next spot. We're moving slowly. Like, sure.
All right, waterfront it is. All right.
I am Mike Brown. He is Mike Brown. She is Mike Brown. Right now, our aliases are Mike Brown.
Mike Brown! 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 Mike
You take a seed, you plant it, you grow it, you dry it, you roll it, you smoke it, and it goes down smooth. Hey!
Spanning the continent to bring you the truth about cannabis and marijuana law reform.
I smoke pot and I like it a lot.
The Russ Belville Show, the voice of the marijuana nation. Now, here's your host, Radical Russ Belville.
Good day, tokers and tokettes and non-toking lovers of liberty. I'm Radical Russ Belville, and welcome to a special edition of the Russ Belville Show's Random Replay. I'm unable to be in the studio today, but we've got plenty of news, interviews, and rants to replay for you from the 420 Radio Vaults. We'll even throw in a daily toker tune for your 20 after break. So sit back, light it up, and enjoy your Russ Belville Show Random.
Hey, what's up? This is Killer Mike, one half of Run the Jewels, and I'm telling you, November 23rd through 27th, you need to be at Cannabis Cup. I did it last year, and I got so high, I can tell you what color Jesus' furniture is. I got so high, I kissed the sky twice. I got so much enlightenment, I know Buddha's last name. Do you feel what I'm telling you right now? The people are great. You don't have to search or call your sketch-ass dealer who won't call you back. You don't have to go lurking through the hood to find good smoke. You need to get out of the country. You've been sitting on your block too long smoking weed. Get out and have an adventure. See you at Cannabis Cup, November 23rd through 27th. Yeah.
You can get 420 Radio on the go with the Ustream video app for Android and iPhone. Go to rad-r.us/420Ustream or just click the Ustream app icon for Android or iPhone below the live radio feed at 420radio.org.
Hey, this is Willie Nelson for Normal. And I smoke pot and I like it a lot. I learned a long time ago that marijuana is a lot safer than alcohol. There's nothing wrong with the responsible use of marijuana by adults. It's time we stopped arresting and started respecting those who smoke marijuana responsibly. To learn what you can do to help, contact NORML at norml.org or call toll-free 888-67-NORMAL.
A cannabis broadcast, replaying Fridays at 10 Pacific on 420radio.org. You're listening to 420radio.org, 24-hour marijuana legalization public radio. We produce 16 hours of original marijuana talk and music programming every week. Tune in for the Russ Belville Show live at 3 p.m. and catch our original programming from 3 to 9 a.m. and p.m. every weekday. 420 Radio is proud to provide a replay platform for marijuana news, activism, culture, and cultivation shows from across North America and Europe. Every weekday from 9 to 3 a.m. and p.m., we replay 25 shows from the top podcasters and video bloggers in marijuana. All 420 Radio listings are for the Pacific time zone. See 420radio.org/schedule for listings in your time zone. Some shows may run past allotted time. Please see 420radio.org/programs to visit show websites for complete show downloads. Now, stay tuned for our featured replay of Medical Marijuana Radio from Santa Fe, New Mexico. Online at medicalmarijuanaradio.com. Starring Larry Love. Larry Love is reporting on the latest national news and studies concerning medical use of cannabis, with interviews of experts and policy analysis. Available online at medicalmarijuanaradio.com.
Quiet, numbskulls, I'm broadcasting.
The medical marijuana. The medical marijuana. Radio show. The medical marijuana for you and me. Ah, yeah, the medical marijuana. Whoa, 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 yeah, the medical. It's the
very good marijuana show. You will know. I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you. Hey, boy, don't feel my world untrue. Yeah, I want to talk to you. My world can be true if you do what I tell you to. I want to talk to you.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to another edition of Medical Marijuana Radio for November the 22nd, 2014. I'm your host, Larry Love, and tonight is going to be catch-up night. It was kind of hard to get any kind of a guest this week because of Thanksgiving. People are away and so forth. So we're going to catch up with some older clips that I have that maybe I haven't been able to play for a few weeks, and some longer ones that I've been unable to play for time. So, but they're pretty interesting. And of course, we've got some news and the strain report and so forth. And as you know, we're here every Saturday night live, usually at 8 p.m., but we're pre-recording. 7 p.m. Mountain, 6 on the east, and on the 6 on the west, and 9 on the east. And but tonight we're pre-recording, and we hope to bring you some interesting stuff. So first up, of course, here in New Mexico, if you want to get the strain that works for you, you have to shop around.
You better shop around. Oh yeah, you better shop around. Shop around.
And this coming week on Tuesday, they're going to be Canaceutics is going to have the following. They're going to be closed Thursday, the 27th through December 1st, but they will be around Tuesday and Wednesday. They're going to have Super Silver Haze, Pineapple Express, Critical Jack, Kosher Kush, and Girl Scout cookies. Some really, really great strains this week at Canaceutics. Down in the Placitas area, C.G. Corrigan will have their Indicas Bubba Kush, something called Master Kush and Purple Kush Cross, Grape Ape, Master Kush, New Jersey style, Mercury OG, Pineapple Thai, Purple Kush, and True Gold. Their sativas will be Alaskan Thunderfuck, Amnesia, Blue Dream, Green Crack crossed with Sour Diesel, Skunk Number 1, Sour Chem. Their hybrid sativa dominant will be Cindy 99, Cherry Pie, Chunky Cherry Malawi, Deadhead OG, Golden Goat, Love Train, New York Diesel, Pineapple Express, Power Plant, and X-Rated. Hybrids that are indica dominant, Cali Headband, Cookie, Fire Alien, Strawberry, Grand Platinum, Humboldt Grape, Jedi Death Star, Pineapple Kush, Pineapple Skunk, Ray Charles, Williams Wonder. Their CBD rich strains are Ato de Madre, AK-47, Canatonic, and Champagne. Again, that's from C.G. Corrigan. Over at MedZen this week, MedZen Services will have AK-47, Alaskan Thunderfuck, Big Bang, Blue Diesel, Blue Moon, Critical, and ESD. They will also have Grape God, Hindu Kush, KWR, Mandela, Mazar, Medawana, Panama Red, Razzleberry, Shishkaberry, and T-Rex. Again, that's MedZen Services. And up here in Santa Fe is New Mexican. They will have Blue Dream, Black Magic Woman, Super Silver Haze, LSD, Trainwreck, BC Chemo, G13 Haze, Medicine Woman, Medicine Man, CBD Canatonic, CBD AK-47, CBD Critical Mass. Their Popcorn Bud, $32 an eighth is CBD AK-47. They have pre-rolled bats. These are big Whopper joints for $10 a piece, about a gram each. And they are strain specific. You can talk to them over there. New Mexican also carries some strains from Red Barn Growers. This week it'll be Sage and Sour and Super Lemon Haze. And also from GG Genetics, New Mexican will have Wonder Dream. Again, that's all from New Mexican in Santa Fe. Also in Santa Fe this week, New Mexico Top Organics. Their bud will be Blue Cheese, Blue Dream, Greenleaf, Oracle, Purple Blockhead, RX, Sour Willie, Tangerine Kush, White Widow, Blackberry Kush, Bodhi Tree, Cold Creek Kush. I've heard a lot of good stuff about that. RAK and Sour Diesel. Their BHO waxes this week at New Mexico Top are Blackberry Kush, Purple Blockhead, White Widow, and Wonder Cream. Once again, here in Santa Fe at New Mexico Top Organics. R. Greenleaf in Albuquerque, Cataract Kush, G13 Haze, Greenleaf, Kosher Kush, Super Lemon Haze, Sweet Tooth, and Wow. And I've had the Kosher Kush from them, and it's a good one. And Super Lemon Haze, one of my favorite strains. That's at R. Greenleaf, Natural RX. We're going to go through these quick because it's a big list. Grand Platinum, these are indicas. Bubba Kush, Mercury, White Fire, Ray Charles, Grape Ape, Larry OG, a great strain, LA Confidential, and let's see, Golden Goat, X-Rated. Their hybrids will be Champagne, Goonie OG. What else here? Blue Cheese, AK-47, California Dreamin', Cherry Pie, Kalishnikov, Girl Scout Cookies, Bruce Banner. I've heard a lot of good things about Bruce Banner. Skywalker OG, King Louie, and CBD Canatonic at $9 a gram for the Canatonic. And that was Natural RX. Sandia Botanicals in Albuquerque, AK-47, Green Kush, Sour Apple, and Sour Cream. Again, Sandia Botanicals. And finally, Verdes Foundations this week. They're going to have a few big sales this week, and it will be for their patients. It'll be announced in their newsletter and on their website starting tomorrow evening. Their indica strains will be Bubba Kush, Blue Widow, a great strain. I grew that out a couple years ago. Granddaddy Purple, Purple OG, and R2D2. It's a rare dankness phenotype that was bred by Verdes Foundation at 22% THC. I'd like to check that out myself. Verdes will have in their sativa strains AK-47, Blue Dream, G13 Haze, Girl Scout Cookies, Ghost Train Haze. I believe that's another rare dankness strain, which is 22% THC. So check that out. Skunk number 1 and Super Lemon Haze. That is the strain report for this week. For those of you in other states, that'll give you an idea of what people here in New Mexico are using for their meds. Now, I've got some news for you. 1, 2, 3.
I've got news for you.
And this first one comes from Time.com, part of the Time magazine people. And one of the most important problems that our industry is having in medical and recreational cannabis is banking. And so this is from November 21st, yesterday. Colorado approves a credit union for pot stores. The credit union could open in January, even as it waits to be granted insurance by federal regulators. America's rapidly expanding marijuana industry faces a major quandary. Large national banks are afraid to do business with cannabis businesses for fear of running afoul of strict federal regulations. That could change with the creation of the first financial institution dedicated solely to serving the cannabis industry. This week, the Colorado Division of Financial Services issued a charter to the Fourth Corner Credit Union, which could be doing business and serving the local cannabis community as soon as January, a spokesman for the state's regulatory agencies confirmed. The dearth of reliable banking opportunities has turned the marijuana green rush into a mostly all-cash affair as business owners are unable to store their pot proceeds in a checking account. Fortune magazine wrote about how banking restrictions have helped give rise to a number of ancillary businesses serving the cannabis industry by offering cash management and security services. Colorado Governor John Hickenlooper called the charter issued to the Fourth Corner the first credit union charter granted by the state in almost a decade. the end of the line for the industry's banking problem, the Denver Post reported. Of course, Fourth Corner still must seek insurance from federal regulators at the National Credit Union Administration, while the U.S. Federal Reserve will also have to offer its blessing. The credit union plans to serve any legal marijuana business in Colorado, as well as any members of nonprofits that support legalized marijuana. Once again, that's from time.com. Let's see what else we might have for you. Marketing marijuana. How will producers create demand and build brand loyalty? Everybody, wants to jump into this industry, but we're all flying by the seat of our pants. This is from Forbes magazine, quoting some big institutions today. Written by Michael Blanding. On Tuesday, the family of deceased musician and celebrated marijuana user Bob Marley announced what it claimed to be the first global cannabis brand, Marley Natural. Marijuana is a growth industry, and increasingly a legal one. When the smoke cleared after the November 14 election in the United States, 2 new states, Alaska and Oregon, as well as the District of Columbia, had legalized the recreational sale of marijuana. They joined Washington and Colorado, which legalized pot in the 2012 election, as well as 24 states that have decriminalized possession to accomplish something that hadn't been done in 81 years, make an illegal drug legal. Of course, the question remains, how will state residents be able to buy, sell, and use something that is still against federal law? But in the absence of enforcement action by the United States government, perhaps the better question is, what will the inevitable national market in marijuana shake out? Will it consist of grungy underground head shops, designer weed boutiques, or will big marijuana companies, perhaps the existing big tobacco powerhouses, muscle their way in and perpetrate the Bud Light infliction of bud, as the New York Times suggested? Those pursuing answers need to look no further than the Mile High City and its surrounding environs, where the first great experiment in selling smoke is already underway. Marijuana for recreational use officially went on sale, as you know, in Denver and across Colorado in January of 2014. In a new case study to be available shortly, Marketing Marijuana in Colorado, Harvard Business School marketing professor John A. Quelch, a co-author David Lane, look at lessons from the first few months of legalization to see what they may tell us about eventual trends. Quelch, the Charles Edward Wilson Professor for Business Administration, holds a joint appointment, that's funny, joint appointment, get it? At the Harvard School of Public Health as Professor in Health Policy and Management. Creating demand. One big open question is the degree to which legal demand will be significantly diminished. Illegal demand will be significantly diminished by the availability of recreational marijuana, says Quelch. Quote, and a second is, how much will overall demand increase, since now that it's legal, you'll have people demanding it who wouldn't have been demanding it before, end quote. Early indications are that the demand is there and growing. Despite tight regulation between January and July, the number of retail marijuana licenses grew in Colorado from 37 to 200, along with the creation of 500 medical marijuana dispensaries. Most recreational buyers seem to be casual users. In fact, for those 6 months, recreational marijuana accounted for 80% of the $25 million in tax revenue from the marijuana sales, with the state predicting $134 million in the next fiscal year. As Quelch found in his research, however, the picture is more complicated than medical versus recreational users. You really have 4 markets, says Quelch: medicinal, individual grower, recreational, and the illegal market. Each segment shows different dynamics in terms of its sensitivity to price, marketing, and convenience. So there's a little bit more to that article, but if you want to read the rest of it, that's on Forbes.com. So let's see. Let's play a nice little clip here. Veterans may gain easier access to medical marijuana.
Hundreds of military vets in Denver had the opportunity to toke for free this weekend. The cannabis giveaway shows veterans how marijuana can help those suffering from physical and mental trauma like post-traumatic stress disorder. Vets who attended are open to using cannabis to treat their injuries.
I'm allergic to morphine and opiates. I can't take them. So I don't have much choice other than do that.
That's our mission, is to offer veterans a safe alternative to the dangerous prescription drugs that they're usually prescribed to deal with PTSD, TBI, chronic pain, and all sorts of other ailments.
However, some critics say the group Grow for Vets were acting irresponsibly because Colorado has rejected the idea of marijuana as a legitimate treatment for PTSD. Ryan, it looks like a lot of vets are open to the idea of seeking this alternative treatment for their injuries. If it's legal to distribute cannabis, then presumably critics don't really have a leg to stand on.
Yeah, I mean, and it does seem to, a lot of people who do have PTSD have said that it's been very effective for them. I don't think that, obviously there's no limits on the studies that can be done, and I think there's obviously a lot more study to be done in that realm, but it's also like not like it's going to really cause any harm necessarily, because it's pretty harmless drug. So I think that this is something that people will be seeing more research coming on, and obviously it's a great PR move for them, right? Becoming an industry that's being responsible and giving out something to vets. Whenever you're giving anything away to vets, it's always a good PR move. So yeah, I don't think it'll have any consequences necessarily for the industry. I think it could be a good thing.
Boy, I believe that was from Huffington Post, and what a bad recording that was. But it's great that it's becoming more available for the people that help protect us and have gone through serving our country. So veterans, hope you have better access to it. I know that there's some states don't even allow any access at all, and many veterans have moved to states like New Mexico and other medical states, and now recreational states. Before we take a break, I've got one really nice little clip here. It's about 5 minutes, but it was a very funny, interesting clip with Tommy Chong, who just went off of Dancing with the Stars this week, talking to Fox News, which is always fun. So here's Tommy, and I don't know his name, but some English guy on Fox News.
A real star is with us. Legendary man, comedian, Tommy Chong. He's here. Look at him. This is the man in the flesh. Huge supporter of legalized marijuana for recreational purposes. User of marijuana. Oh, okay. You get me in trouble here. You are going to take a victory lap because you won.
Yes, we're winning for sure.
Well, all those Cheech and Chong movies back in the 70s.
And the good news is I'll probably get my record expunged because I got busted for bongs. And now that it's legal, there's no crime.
Wait a minute, you got to go back to court and say, take this off my record?
Yes, I'm going to write a letter to the judge and see if he'll accept a not guilty plea.
That's a publicity stunt, and you know it.
Well, it might work.
I've got to ask you about this one. Now, this is a video. It went viral. It's about 3 grandmothers smoking pot for the first time. Roll tape and enjoy this one.
You've never smoked marijuana before?
No, I've never smoked marijuana.
Is there a reason why you haven't?
I was too busy raising children.
I was a suburban housewife, and we had our cigarettes and our cocktails, and we were happy.
Put your whole face over that. Yes, there. Do it like you mean it. She meant it. I could go iron now for days. I love to iron.
You do?
Oh, yeah.
You're kind of weird. I'm feeling like I really don't care if I understand even.
Not sure whether we should be laughing along with this, but you are.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's good. They're going to extend their joy time for a long time now.
There's nothing, I'm making a statement here. I don't see what's going to stop recreational, legal marijuana going across the country. In a period of years, I think it'll be in most states, and you would agree with that?
Yeah, totally. And besides, and not only that, but all marijuana use is medical as far as I'm concerned, even recreation, because recreation is what doctors prescribe to people, rest and recreation. and especially during the military, you know, that's definitely a thing, you know, where a medical term.
I think Tommy's right there. All marijuana is medical. I mean, it's an attitude adjustment. I think it's always been medical for most people. Okay, back to this.
Don't now?
No, but I smoked last night for
a lot.
For a lot. No, not a lot.
Is it still in your system?
Oh, absolutely.
Well,
been in my system.
When you wake up in the morning and you've had a lot the previous night, are you still whacked?
No, actually it's tough to wake up. You're still sleeping.
It's at 11:47 Eastern time today. When are you going to start?
Smoking?
Yeah.
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Whenever I feel it.
No. It's in your head. Surely you know when you're going to light up your first joint.
I'm not addicted to it at all. It's not addicting.
Do you smoke every day?
No. I quit all during the Dancing with the Stars. I never smoked a bit. You know.
You have to acknowledge that a lot of our viewers don't like what you've done. They're not happy with you.
Who's that?
The viewers. There's a large number of people think that
everybody loves me.
Yeah. Well, wait a minute. Let me move on. Bob Marley's estate. You know Bob Marley. Everybody knows Bob Marley, reggae star. They made a deal to sell Marley-branded weed products. Look, I'm going to make the judgment that that's pretty good marketing.
That's a beautiful market, yeah.
What are you selling these days? I hear you've got
We're
some
selling
wipes.
a thing called, what do they call it, Reviver?
You see,
Reviver?
it hurts your memory. You know, Tommy, it hurts your memory.
It does. That's why I forget to get old.
You know, our viewers are looking at you and saying, "Well, he can't remember the name of his own product."
I'm very immature. I'm 76, and I was on Dancing with the Stars right up until the finals, and that's because I'm so immature that my body forgets to grow old.
Wait a minute, you've got a product called...
Thanks to pot.
I'm trying to get on with the show here. I'm trying to give you a commercial here. You have wipes called Reviver.
That's right.
Like baby wipes.
That's right.
What does it do? Get the smell off?
It'll take the smell of pot off your clothes or tobacco.
So you can... Some people, during their lunch break, would go outside, smoke some marijuana.
You mean the crew of the
No,
show
certainly not. No. Anybody but these guys. Yeah. And then to to stop the smell, they just wipe the things all over them, and bingo, no smell, no trace, nobody knows what they've been up to.
It's good for judges, good for policemen. You know, really. Cops smoke more pot than ever, and you can always tell if a cop's been smoking pot. You know why? He's not an alcoholic.
Oh, that's terrible. That is a pejorative thing to say about our nation's law enforcement officers. Now tell me about Future Roller.
Future Roller is a machine that's been invented in the Netherlands. In fact, I'm going to Amsterdam for the Cannabis Cup, and we're going to unveil the Tommy Chong Future Roller, which is a machine that allows you to roll Chong-sized joints.
What's a Chong-sized joint?
Well, if you've seen Up in Smoke, they're about this big.
That's big.
And they're huge.
But nobody smokes marijuana that much anymore. I mean, it's so powerful these days.
Oh, Bob Marley did.
Yeah, but that was 30 years ago.
Yeah. Right now, you mean?
Yes.
No, there are people that smoke a lot, yeah.
They don't grow to be 76 years old.
Tommy still has it. He's still very funny, and he's been a great champion as of late to our cause, which obviously has been his cause for a very long time. All right, we're going to take a short break for some sponsors, and we'll be right back after these words.
It's all about the 420 MMJ Radio.
I'm Robert Platshorn with Marijuana Facts from the Silver Tour. Data from the National Highway Safety Administration shows that states with medical marijuana averaged a 10% drop in traffic fatalities. According to ForInsuranceQuote.com, marijuana users can expect a lower insurance rate than non-users. Learn more and support more education at thesilvertour.org. That's thesilvertour.org.
Have you ever had a problem with overcooking your cannabis oil? You probably wanted to rip your hair out when you burned off all the THC, right? I even cried one time when my brownies failed to make a good impression at the party. Well, I stopped crying when I found magical butter. Magical Butter is a device with a microprocessor-controlled program sequencer. It was designed by a scientist and a chemist to precisely extract the benefits of various herbs. Magical Butter easily makes botanical butter, oils, tinctures, lotions, sauces, and more. Magical Butter heats your oil and your herbs at the perfect temperature every time. Check us out at magicalbutter.com because it's magical. Okay, there's a lot of science and chemistry involved, but it sure works like magic.
Again, for your tinctures, butter, and oils, that's magicalbutter.com. This is a great appliance. Use coupon code LOVE to get $20 off.
I'm Robert Platshorn with Marijuana Facts from the Silver Tour. Data from the National Highway Safety Administration shows that states with medical marijuana averaged a 10% drop in traffic fatalities. According to ForInsuranceQuote.com, marijuana users can expect a lower insurance rate than non-users. Learn more and support more education at thesilvertour.org. That's thesilvertour.org.
Hi, as you know, over the next few years, the cannabis industry is going to explode into a multi-million-dollar industry. 420webdesign.com is your affordable design provider. 420 Web Design prides themselves on fair prices and a grounded staff. They listen to their ganjapreneurs' website needs. Getting into the marijuana industry doesn't need to break your bank. Our sites come with tons of features. Just a few of them include responsive designs for mobile viewers, easy to update platforms, built-in SEO and SMO tools, enterprise-level security, video tutorials, database backups, Google Maps, onboard analytics, and much more. This is backed by a decade of website design and development experience. For all of your 420 web design needs, go to 420webdesign.com. Again, 420webdesign.com. Check them out.
The medical marijuana. The medical marijuana. Radio show.
Hi, this is Steve D'Angelo, and you are listening to Medical Marijuana
Radio. Sorry, I hit the wrong button, Steve. But anyway, thank you, Steve. Nevada is turning into a really friendly cannabis state, and it's going to be available for recreation and for medical patients from all over the country and recreational from all over the world. So Amsterdam, look out. I think Las Vegas is going to be the new place for everybody from all over the world to go and vacation and be able to use cannabis legally, whether it's medical or legal. So here's it's a long one. It's about 8 minutes, but I haven't been able to play it because of time earlier. So here's Colorado's marijuana reality could be Nevada's future.
The debate over marijuana nationwide has reached a new level, and we're not just talking about medicinal sales any longer. With Colorado and Washington approving recreational use, other states like Nevada may be looking to get into the game.
Fox 5's Kevin Bollinger traveled to Denver to see the pros and cons of open pot shots. He joins us with an inside look at how Colorado's handling public pot. Kevin.
And we're talking a lot of money here, guys. In Colorado, since first medicinal and then recreational marijuana was legalized, there have been over $1 billion in sales. But at what cost? The debate has one side throwing stones while the other is just getting stoned. Sitting in an industrial area just minutes from Denver's airport is Medicine Man, Colorado's largest seller of marijuana.
Alien doggies.
The front of the shop, small and unassuming, providing both recreational and medicinal marijuana in all forms. But one step into the back and it becomes clear, this is big business.
Business is growing.
In more ways than one for Medicine Man President and CEO Andy Williams. An engineer by trade, he now oversees a multi-million-dollar operation, and it's all legal, all 40,000 square feet of it.
You really have to control the environment in order to maximize the production, and so we really view this as a manufacturing facility.
Medicine Man grows between 50 and 100 strains at any one time, all with high-tech precision.
When you come in here and you get Blue Dream, it's going to be the same Blue Dream every time, and that's because of our processes. We do it the same way every time, and we grow it all ourselves. So, you know, we're not buying from other suppliers, and hence you know it's going to be safe, and you know it's going to be consistent and high quality.
This part of the operation is called the Green Mile. It's filled with mother plants. What they do is cut the tops off and send that off to the next step in the process. Meanwhile, this will regrow, and for operators, it's the gift that keeps on giving.
Some of these larger mothers that you see up here can produce, you know, 300 or 400 clones every 2 weeks. So that's how we keep the production cycle going.
The buyer demographic is not what you think. Medicine Man's oldest customer is 97 years old with an average age of 40.
People range from, you know, your snowboarder type or your hippie type to soccer moms and businessmen.
And they all pay 36% sales tax. That's a big reason why Colorado voters passed Amendment 64 back in 2012. A law allowing recreational sales of marijuana with the first $40 million in tax revenue going to schools.
When we talk about creating a legal adult use system for marijuana, is taking a product that is currently widely available on an underground criminal market with no oversight and no clarity about where the money is going, who's profiting from it, and what the product is, and putting it behind a regulated and taxed counter.
So far, revenues are much lower than projections. Advocates say that that's offset by a boom in tourism and job growth. Detractors say that money shouldn't be the focus. It's the dangers associated with marijuana use. Bob Doyle chairs the Colorado SAM Coalition, a group opposed to legalization.
We have the most potent marijuana in the world now in Colorado. That's what commercialization brings. Doesn't make us safer, doesn't protect our communities, and it's not making our children safer. It's about commercializing what is now a very potent drug.
Since Colorado voters approved the sale of recreational marijuana, dispensaries have been popping up like, well, weeds. You see them here not only in downtown Denver, but also in residential areas and business districts. It's given a new definition to the term Mile High City.
Everybody's Rocky Mountain High.
Denver alone has 340 pot shops. By comparison, Seattle, the largest city in the only other state where recreational use is legal, has 21.
It's easier in Colorado to find pot than get a cup of coffee.
Gina Carboni is with Smart Colorado, a group focused to prevent marijuana use by kids.
We were told this would be strictly regulated and kept out of the hands of our kids because it would take away the black market. Well, it seems the opposite is that.
You were just listening to another fantastic show from our 420 Radio replay partners. We're here to expose you to the voices and faces of people throughout North America and Europe who are fighting to end adult marijuana prohibition. Our replays run from 9 to 3 a.m. and p.m. every weekday and throughout the weekends. Our original programming runs from 3 to 9 a.m. and p.m., anchored by The Russ Belville Show live at 3 p.m. Pacific with 2 hours of news, talk, analysis, interviews, music, comedy, and more. Plus your calls at 971-533-7111, including messages from our 24-hour line. All 420 Radio listings are for the Pacific time zone. Check our 420 Radio schedule online for listings in your time zone. Our time constraints dictate that we can't always play an entire show episode for you. To subscribe and download full episodes, visit this show's website as listed in our 420 Radio Programs Guide online. The show you were just listening to is called Medical Marijuana Radio from Santa Fe, New Mexico. Online at medicalmarijuanaradio.com. Starring Larry Love. Larry Love is reporting on the latest national news and studies concerning medical use of cannabis, with interviews of experts and policy analysis. Available online at medicalmarijuanaradio.com.
انضموا معنا للمرة 27 إلى كانابيس كاب السنوي من 23 ل 27 تشرين الثاني في مدينة أمستردام، واحتفلوا بأفضل حشيش بالعالم. في خلال هالمعرض ولمدة 5 أيام رح يحضر قضاة الندوات ويتحققوا من أحدث منتجات الحشيش وليصوتوا لأفضل سلالة في أشهر مقاهي المدينة. وهالسنة أيضا يمكن للقضاة حضور حفلات تضم ريفولوشن وأكثر كمان. وكونوا مع هاي تايمز نهار الخميس في 27 تشرين الثاني لتوزيع جوائز الكانابيس كاب لأفضل حشيش في العالم. اكتشفوا ماريجوانا الحرية وتفضلوا إلى هاي تايمز كانابيس كاب في أمستردام. للتذاكر والمعلومات زوروا موقعنا الإلكتروني cannabiscup.com.
.420 Radio is 24-hour marijuana legalization radio. Hey tokers and tokettes, Radical Russ here for the Canador, a practical solution to keep herbs from drying. The Canador is the perfect airtight storage system for your fine herbs, from the half-inch thick walnut and cherry wood construction, clear top perforated jars for storage, and the humidity bead system that keeps your herbs at a perfect 65% relative humidity. I keep all my herbs in the Canador, and you should too. Check out Canador.com.
They're glad.
burn that kush, 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 burn that burn that neck. Burn that kush, 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 burn that burn that neck. Burn that kush, 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 that kush, burn 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 that kush, that kush, burn 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 that kush, that kush, burn 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 that kush. Burn that kush, burn that kush, and burn neck kush, 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 burn neck, 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 burn neck kush, 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 burn that kush, burn that kush, burn that kush, burn kush, burn that kush, kush.
Here and now, that's all that it's about. 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 Lose it all, we 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 lose it all.
The Jody Emery Show with Jody Emery from Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. Replaying Fridays at 1 Pacific on 420radio.org. 420 Radio, the activist radio station. Are you a hypocrite? If you live a closeted cannabis lifestyle, you are. Read about 7 people living a closeted cannabis lifestyle who are on the verge of coming out in The Hypocrites by Mara K. Eaton. Available at areyouahypocrite.net. You can purchase the book on Amazon and Barnes & Noble, also available on iTunes. Check out Mara K. Eaton on Facebook as well. Learn more at areyouahypocrite.net. Here's some more nerd music for you from Terra Lumina.
You've kept me down my whole life through, but you've kept the earth spherical too. Well, I could just fly to the moon if I could just overrule you. But since you ain't going nowhere, I'll make the best of your grip on me and everything. 'Cause wherever I go, you'll be waiting for me. Gravity won't set you free, but she forms all the planets and stars that we see. Gravity's a beautiful thing that you cannot escape, and I'd rather keep it that way. Well, you've got a hold of this delicate globe, and it's quite a sight to behold. Watch as it circles around our sun as we're glued to the ground. Well, I've heard that you're slowing down time, curving space and then bending the light that's trying to keep a straight line on its journey to light up the sky. But since you ain't going nowhere, I'll make the best of your grip on me and everything. 'Cause wherever I go, you'll be waiting for me. Gravity won't set you free, but she forms all the planets and stars that we see. Gravity's a beautiful thing that you cannot escape, and I'd rather keep it that way. If it weren't for you, there wouldn't be stars that light in the darkness that travels so far. Although we could fly so free, inside we would weaken and atrophy. And since you ain't going nowhere, I'll make the best of your grip on me and everything. 'Cause wherever I go, you'll be waiting for me. Gravity won't set you free, but she forms all the planets and stars that we see. Gravity's a beautiful thing that you cannot escape, and I'd rather keep it that way.
You know Herb Thrasher from the Herb Thrasher Flower Hour. Now get ready for Herb Age Designs for the proud cannabis consumer. Herb Age Designs, lifestyle gear for the 420 friendly. Herb Age Designs, we've got Frisbee golf discs and durable hemp gear. Herb Age Designs, we've got shot glasses, drinking glasses, coffee mugs, and beer cozies. Check us out on Facebook and online at herbagedesigns.com. And follow Herb Age and Herb Thrasher on Twitter. 420 Radio, the home of marijuana experts. Adam Hand of Handmade Apparel produces quality custom designs for t-shirts, hats, and other apparel. Handmade Apparel is the official design shop for 420 Radio among many clients who rely on Adam Hand for everything from short-run custom projects to full-run clothing lines. Visit handmadeapparel.biz to browse the selection of handmade gear or to get a personal quote for your own designs. Handmade Apparel, a proud supporter of 420.
There is a point. Is there a point to all this? Let's find a point. Is this real? Or is this just a ride? The world is like a ride. You think it's real? It's just a ride. We can change it anytime we want. It's only a choice between fear and love. The world is like a ride. You think it's real? It's just a ride. We can change it anytime we want. It's only a choice between fear and love. The ride goes up and down, round and round. It has thrills and chills, and it's very brightly colored. It's up and down, round and round, and it's very loud, louder. Don't worry, don't be afraid, it's just a ride. And we can change it anytime we want. It's only a choice between fear and love. Why are we here?
I think we're part of a greater wisdom than we will ever understand. A higher order. Call it what you want. Know what I call it? The big electron. The big electron. The big electron. It doesn't punish, doesn't reward. It doesn't judge at all. It just is, and so are we. For a little while, the ride goes up and down, round and round. It has thrills and chills, and it's very brightly colored. It's up and down, round and round, and it's very loud, louder. Don't worry, don't be afraid, it's just a ride. And we can change it anytime we want. It's only a choice between fear and love. The big electron. It doesn't punish, doesn't reward, it doesn't judge at all. It just is, and so are we, for a little while.
Despite strong public support for medical cannabis, decriminalization, and legalization in Georgia, the state spends $121 million every year to arrest, prosecute, and imprison Georgians for simple possession. Each year, the state of Georgia spends less on driver services, agriculture, and forestry combined. What else can $121 million a year do in Georgia? With that much money.
Hey, what's up? This is Killer Mike, one half of Run the Jewels, and I'm telling you, November 23rd through 27th, you need to be at Cannabis Cup. I did it last year, and I got so high, I can tell you what color Jesus' furniture is. I got so high, I kissed the sky twice. I got so much enlightenment, I know Buddha's last name. Do you feel what I'm telling you right now? The people are great. You don't have to search or call your sketch-ass dealer who won't call you back. You don't have to go lurking through the hood to find good smoke. You need to get out of the country. You've been sitting on your block too long smoking weed. Get out and have an adventure. See you at Cannabis Cup, November 23rd through 27th. Yeah.
420 Radio, your ticket to the Boston Freedom Rally.
Hey, this is Willie Nelson for Normal. And I smoke pot and I like it a lot. I learned a long time ago that marijuana is a lot safer than alcohol. There's nothing wrong with the responsible use of marijuana by adults. It's time we stopped arresting and started respecting those who smoke marijuana responsibly. To learn what you can do to help, contact Normal at norml.org or call toll-free 888-67-NORMAL.
Weed Nerd with Subcool and Ms. Jill from the Emerald Triangle of Northern California, replaying Tuesdays at 1 Pacific on 420radio.org. You're listening to 420radio.org, 24-hour marijuana legalization public radio. We produce 16 hours of original marijuana talk and music programming every week. Tune in for the Russ Belville Show live at 3 p.m. and catch our original programming from 3 to 9 a.m. and p.m. every weekday. 420 Radio is proud to provide a replay platform for marijuana news, activism, culture, and cultivation shows from across North America and Europe. Every weekday from 9 to 3 a.m. and p.m., we replay 25 shows from the top podcasters and video bloggers in marijuana. All 420 Radio listings are for the Pacific Time Zone. See 420radio.org/schedule for listings in your time zone. Some shows may run past allotted time. Please see 420radio.org/programs to visit show websites for complete show downloads. Now, stay tuned for our featured replay of Marijuana, Compassion, and Common Sense from the Inland Empire of California on blogtalkradio.com, starring Lanny Swerdlow, RN. Lanny Swerdlow is one of the top nurses in the field of cannabis medicine. Join Lanny and his co-hosts every week as he brings his knowledge and tenacity to Southern California's less weed-friendly areas of San Bernardino and the Inland Empire. Download complete episodes at blogtalkradio.com.
Welcome to Marijuana, Compassion, and Common Sense, the show that tells you the truth about marijuana, reveals the politics behind its prohibition, gives you the facts and information about its legendary health and medical benefits, and tries to clear up all that legal mumbo-jumbo that makes it so difficult, so dangerous, and nearly impossible for you to avail yourself of this ancient medicinal herb. Hey, welcome to tonight's podcast of Marijuana, Compassion, and Common Sense. My name's Lanny Swerdlow, RN. I am the host of your show, and here with me in the virtual studio is Uncle Ronnie.
Hello there, people.
Oh, good to hear from you, Ronnie. Glad to hear you back again here with us. It's going to have a great show tonight. Let's see what we got coming on here. Well, we've got our first guest is going to be Randy Lanier. Randy was a championship racing car driver, Rookie of the Year, who tried to pay for, running race cars is really expensive, and they tried to do it by smuggling marijuana, and he got caught in life in prison. Oh, it was a horrible story. He's going to be on there to talk about what happened to him and what's going on right now. He's finally gotten out of prison from what was going to be a 30-year sentence. And let's see what else we got coming. Oh, we also have Don Duncan. Don, of course, is the executive board member of Americans for Safe Access and is one of the founding members of that. He's going to be talking about the elections we had the other week here in November 4th. He's going to talk about the local things that happened here in the state of California, the cities that had medical marijuana collective initiatives on their ballots, and also things regarding cultivation by patients and stuff, and taxes. It wasn't so good. It wasn't totally bad, but it wasn't totally good either, and he's going to be talking about that and what it means and everything in regards to that. Okay. All right, let's see. Let's get what's going on here right now. We've got some interesting news here to talk about. Well, first of all, I just want to mention, as I always do, when you logged in to blogtalkradio.com/marijuana news, you saw the big blue follow button. If you haven't clicked on that, please do sometime and become a follower of our show. You'll receive an email once a week telling you what's going to be on the show each time. But more importantly, well, that's important, but just as importantly, let's put it that way, the more followers you get, the higher we go up on the pecking order on Blog Talk Radio. And the higher you get on the pecking order, the more publicity you get. So please click that follow button. And if you tell anybody about our show, and I certainly hope you are telling all kinds of people about Marijuana, Compassion, and Common Sense, remind them to click on that follow button, too, when they log into blogtalkradio.com/marijuana news. Okay. Hey, listen, there's some interesting things coming out. We've been talking a lot about legalization and stuff. And, Oregon, as we mentioned last week, passed a legalization initiative along with the state of Alaska and Washington, D.C. And there's some consternation going on up in the Pacific Northwest among the people who are running stores in Washington, especially those that are